go. Oh, well, good evening, everyone, and welcome back to Into the Wildlands, session 79. I am your DM for the evening, Miser Mark. 79. And, well, last we left off our players, they have been our adventurers. They've having a little bit of downtime, collect themselves, some crafting, some talking, and putting clues together. In fact, 3 of them decided to enter the dream/death-like state by taking a very potent drug, which Tyrannin and Oberina have met with or have encountered Syndra's grandsire, or at least ancestral dad, the Creeping Doom, Daggeroth, which he gave the aspiring wizard a little bit of extra power. And then they had a chat with Death, or at least one of the many incarnations of Death, to which, why do I hear I wonder, I thought I heard an alarm bell, but that was my imagination. And yes, some questions and very short, terse answers have been provided, which led to Tyrannin having a revisit of the evil Adaria, or the, as the party would now call her, the Godaria. Yes, there is a bit of a dumb joke to that. And decided to pay them a visit and left a very not so ominous note of wanting a particular book that Mavis has, which has been a very major source of desire from various evil factions that want that book. To make things even more interesting, Syndra and Oberina were asking particular questions to some of the individuals of the Emerald Star Outpost, and found some time discrepancies as they were talking and asking particular questions, while also utilizing some of their abilities, that their theory of this world being a phylactery might be possible, but also a lot of time infringements going about. So, how will our players, our adventurers, the Fading Hearts, going to handle this new and somewhat dire revelation that they were no doubt dreading was possible? Let's change the sound tone a little bit. No, I don't mean the motorcycles outside, but yeah, group. As you speak with Irene and Ciri, the head of the Druids of the Land, conclave of the Emerald Star Outpost, you notice that as Syndra and Oberyn, you combine the Zone of Truth as well as your Chronostasis abilities. For a brief moment, you see that they, in a place of where there should only be 2 individuals, you see that they kind of split in 2, each one looking as blurred and after image as the other. Everyone, or at least what I should say, all party members do see this, and yet, as you look a quick look around, nobody else seems to realize this.
Alright, I'm just going to leave this where it lies.
That must take a lot of effort for you.
He just kind of shrugs as he said that.
You realize we probably just fractured the universe, right?
I hope not.
Let's not break it anymore, shall we?
Can I just end the Zone of Truth spell then? I guess, Miser?
You can.
Okay, then yeah, I'll do that.
Alright, what about, okay, so you both do this. Okay. transparent images fuse back to one, and Irene and Siri look somewhat confused, to which Siri speaks quite aloud about the thought process of what's going on, and asks, "Did something happen? You look surprised or distraught."
I think it's just been too long of a day, especially after everything that just happened in that death-like sequence.
Yes, I was warning that the particular drug is from Fey origins, along with some cultivation from home. I hope it didn't leave any nasty after effects.
I mean, if there were side effects, what would they be?
Distortion of the vision, a little bit of a lapse in reaction to action. Sometimes there is a little bit of muscle spasms, but you all seem to be doing fine.
Well, I think everything's good here.
Then,
I feel alright. Besides the million questions swimming into my head right now.
Oh, you mean like who your father is? Or why he has anything to do with, Biggerhead?
That's one of them.
Well, that being said, should we go get a drink, or what are we, I mean, what are we doing now?
I was assuming I was going to go to sleep before all this had happened, and then we were going to head out, or plan to head to Rakashana tomorrow.
Oh, right. You know, I got thinking about that for a moment. I do agree that we should go. But we are basically headed directly towards the majority of our enemies. As far as the larger groups, I mean. Other enemy is that direction. And we're going that direction.
I mean, are we not just surrounded by enemies at this point?
No, by technical standards, we've actually cleared this area out. I mean, 90% of the problem that we were encountering is now, we've done a lot of possibly good. Let's be honest about that. Or should I say, if I'm going by what we think and what is written and what is known, we've done pretty well because we've pretty much kept the people who were supposed to be dead alive and killed the people who were supposed to be alive. That is, of course, assuming that we're not completely fucked and have been doing someone else's work for them.
Yes, that's what happens when you don't have all the cards in your hand.
Spider, question.
Yes,
How's my Draconic now?
you are fluent as you are working with Bolzamar.
Yes. Yes.
Just so you know, you all know that he does speak with the metallic dialect.
Ugh.
I don't know what that means. All I know is I speak Draconic now. Fluently.
Metallic are like the asshole variants of Draconic.
No, they're not. They're the good people. I'm the asshole.
Kermit walks up to Kieran and just
True,
says,
but you're also a mix of
fluent
asshole
Draconic.
and then non-existence.
You're also part of asshole and tricksters.
Yeah. True.
Hey, Kermit walks up to the group speaking fluent Draconic. Hey guys, what's up?
No.
Oh God. I don't even say that. Oh, you ate your mother with that mouth? Oh,
God, I hope not.
By the way,
I'm one of you now.
No. Let's not.
Do you think there's a way to disguise my book while we're traveling? At this point, I don't feel safe even having it. But I don't trust anybody else to hold it.
okay, that just fits the purpose of what I was thinking, so... Yeah, I'm out of ideas.
What if we make it invisible?
Considering that shit has true runes on it, I think invisibility is going to be less of a problem, considering it'll go up like a light switch.
I mean, there's the other option.
We kill her?
We eat it.
Weirdly enough, that is actually one of them.
No, let's not feed Kermit the true rune and have him explode, as much as I would enjoy that.
Well, I mean, theoretically, if we pack it in the right material, his stomach acid wouldn't. It would mostly be the problem of getting it back. Now he's a frog.
I can just puke it.
There isn't
No.
a spell or anything? At least
could-
make it appear or...
There is a
feel like a real
spell,
book.
I just don't happen to have it.
What if we wrap it in leaves?
You know, I'm not surprised that that's what your mind would come up with.
Okay.
Leaves and dirt.
There is one other theory. Not the best idea. Still potentially is going to backfire on us.
Go on.
Cinder kind of holds out her hand. We
The,
get a new cover for it, and then I pretend it's my spell book, and nobody asks questions because why would the wizard not have a magic spell book?
What if we put it in one of those really, really deep bags, and then we feed it to a mount or something?
No. We're not feeding
You know,
it.
weirdly, that has worked before.
I don't want to feed this fucking...
I do have a bag of holding.
I mean, if I'm gonna trust
And the
anybody
bag
with the
would
book, it would
protect
be
the
Syndra.
acid damage. But the stomach.
What? No, he's not eating my bag.
I mean, I'm on board to eat the bag.
Of course, there is the other problem with that we haven't really proceeded to examine yet. You know, there is, like, standard practice of don't put a bag of holding inside of a bag of holding because of, well, ceasing to exist. But, we have no idea what putting that in a bag of holding is actually going to do.
That's the point.
I mean, technically it shouldn't do anything.
Well, we don't know how true runes technically interact with bags of holding or interdimensional pockets. If it will just create a whole different timeline.
Oh wait, actually it might be fine.
Well, it also seems that enemies could feel the book.
So, putting it inside of a pocket dimension, inside of something's blood, might be the idea, I don't know.
Okay, keep that in mind.
I'm just saying it works for smugglers.
And to be honest, yes, it's just good bait.
Oh,
All of these people that want the book, we want to kill.
if that's the case, I'll just hold on to it then.
If you find me some wizard with a certain spell, then I could probably fake it, but at this point, I don't.
Another question before we head out to Rashikant tomorrow. Are we going to try to fight Yandol or try to bait her out? Or them out, rather?
I have a weird theory that... They do have the tribes on hand, but it's going to take time for them to rally and prepare themselves to go on a full advance against them. Because we are going to basically have to go into war. I don't think we're going to get another chance like we did with this. I have a feeling they're not exactly honorable types anymore.
My only worry is that the longer we do sit on it, the worse it could get for me.
Speaking
Considering I do have
of,
a tablet.
Wolverina, can you roll me, and I'll give you the choice, a Wisdom saving throw or Constitution saving throw?
Oh. Wisdom or Con, both aren't great.
No.
Yeah, they're both a 1, so it doesn't matter. Yeah.
You feel a dreadful chill down your spine as you feel like something is watching you with a predatory hunger.
Oh yeah, that shit is definitely knows where I am right now. So even if we head to Rashikan, we're just inviting more problems, at least with probably the Null following us. So we can either choose to face the problem head on or have it follow us until we get more enemies and make things worse.
Alright, we have people that are expecting to be at Rashikan by now, or soon. We have a no problem. Which direction do we want to go, folks?
I'm down for taking out the no problem, at least to alleviate that. It'd probably make traveling goods from here to Menzato at least a little bit easier, if we wish to truly start the war.
Theoretically.
And the Rakshakon problem, wait.
My only concern on the Rastakhan problem is we're dealing with Red Fox and we're dealing with the Cult of the Stars, and guess who just showed up? Remember?
Well, considering she said, from what Karen had said, my mother is at least beating them back for the time being.
Yes, but that was before she arrived. She's in Rashikan.
I mean, for all intents and purposes, your mother's probably dead, so...
Yes, that's usually what the vampire are.
I mean, dead.
I'm a vampire.
No, shut up.
Shut up, no, okay.
About how long, Miser, in-game, about how long is it from here to Rashikan?
It'll take roughly... Traveling with mounts, you'll probably get there within 5 days.
Alright, here is the problem, at least looking at it. It's a 5-day ride from here to Rashikan. I have about... What is it? I have about 3 weeks, Miser, right? For the
Yes.
end goal thing?
15
I have
days.
about... I have 10 days
15.
to... Oh, 15, sorry. I have 15 days until Zop, or Yabala's ability wears off and Yengol can start tainting my body again. So we have essentially 2 or 3 days to solve everything in Rashikan if we're going to do that before shit hits the fan. So that's
Oh,
kind
that
of
might have decided it. Probably.
I mean, there's that part of me that says I don't care about your problems, but on the other hand, that does make it a worse problem because that many goals going through you, and I'd have to kill you personally.
Oh no, I can feel how sad you are.
Alright, means you can't be that far away, right?
Miser, can I feel the coldness like about how far it feels away, or if it's like someone just staring right at me, or no?
Roll me. I'll give you the roll of either perception or insight.
Alright, finally, something I'm decent at. Where's my... both are the same as well, so... 18.
Let's roll this for him. You get a bit of an accurate that it's probably a good 2-3 days off north, more toward the desert areas.
Well, these about 2-3 days north toward the desert-like area, from what I'm getting back. Thankfully, this idiot is at least dumb enough to want to hunt prey that they can get a feedback loop off of him. And plus, Ternan, didn't you say you wanted to go to the desert anyway?
Yes. But I don't believe that those live in the desert.
So this will be something you guys already come to understand, that between trip here there is a large savanna area.
Okay, so it's like a little bit further past that.
It's more in between. Let me get to the map. I wish I had these. I don't know why my macros aren't working.
Might just be too much map and stuff, it just overloads them or something.
Typical thing I do to my poor machines. Okay, but anyway. You guys are in the Emerald Star Outpost, which is right here. You guys do have to cross through the area known as the Flatlands.
Ah, okay.
Which...
And I need to go all the way over here.
Yeah.
Alright. Guess we can go take care of this and the frog's problem.
Yay! I do need to kill a giant. And that blacksmith over there is looking awfully convenient.
Don't kill him. He's actually the reason why half these people are armed well.
Well, then let's go slay a giant.
I'm going to slay a fucking bed first. Okay, sleep.
Speaking of which, actually, I might not need to go talk to that blacksmith.
Okay. Well, just it's already the middle of the day. Well,
Oh, I thought it was more towards like the midday to evening.
yeah.
So
Where's the
Well,
blacksmith?
sorry, I should have said that middle of the day. It's like 2-3 o'clock.
Where's... Oh, there it is.
yeah, all the way at the bottom of the
Yeah.
rusted looking building. Or rustic.
Rusted.
I mean,
This
it is.
building is oxidized.
It makes sense because he's in a literal place that shoots fire everywhere.
That's true.
As you approach Kermit, the forge, which, yes, it is a makeshift, looks like a giant rusted cauldron with some tower legs. When you do see the fire, you feel the heat. A little uncomfortable for your disposition as a grung. But you do see the large man, Agar, working furiously on what looks to be like some small arrowheads.
Blacksmith.
Roll me a d20.
Okay. Why, is he gonna fucking murder me for that?
No, he's currently very focused on making the items. Okay, I'll roll this for him.
Oh.
Okay, he still keeps concentration while working on the arrowheads, which you notice are of a fine yellowish hue, while he seems to be rubbing a strange stone upon them with the hammer. Yes, you need Agar's services.
Yeah. Do you know syringes? Do you know what that is? Something to extract? Like something a doctor would have?
I do not work well with that heavy precision. More of glass, if I am not mistaken.
I need something that would be able to draw some blood out of something.
Metal straw will be fine.
Metal straw? Perhaps with a pointed aspect.
I could make needle. Also,
Okay, yeah, like a needle.
I cannot make the glass containers. You will have to find someone else to make that part for you.
Okay. I'm gonna show him the orchirilium, like a couple pounds of it, and just ask how quick he could make me a few needles.
I am already making these arrowheads with that same metal.
Okay.
And I'll just roll this for him. If he can make it's going to be a higher difficulty for him since this is more delicate. Where are you? There you are. Alright, how much you give? I can make maybe a lot. Or do you need only...
I'd say like as many as you can make.
So how much weight are you giving him?
Like 6 pounds, 7 pounds.
Okay, just write that down.
I'll just tell him to keep the excess. Whatever he doesn't have by the time we leave, he can just keep.
I will need magic stone, or he kind of pulls out a rock which has a inscription on it. If you can find someone that can provide arcane power, since I lack that attribute. Your pink-haired friend provided that for her arrowheads.
Okay, I might be able to convince her.
Yes, highest level amount possible will yield best result. And I believe it's here that Syndra walks in. As you hear Agar literally say, yes, highest spell power yields greatest amount.
Oh, Syndra, how convenient of you to arrive.
What did you do?
Nothing yet, but I have a favor.
You may ask.
This blacksmith says I need some arcane magic to yield more needles.
Edgar adds, yes, he wishes to create syringe needles out of the orichalcum. However, since I had no skill with glass work, I can only make the metal base.
Syndra, I never ask for anything. And I do take a...
You can make that out of metal as well, without making glass.
It is possible. I don't know if this metal could be good for... He looks over to Kermit. What exactly are you going to extract, though, with this?
Everything and anything.
Roll this for him.
I mean, I feel like you'd only need steel, really.
Right. Maybe I could make some steel work with that. May take some more time. It is a delicate process.
Wait, Kermit, what are you doing with it?
I'm gonna start practicing my doctor skills.
Okay, are you using it to remove stuff or put things in?
A little bit of both. Extract blood for poison, inject people with said poison.
She looks at Edgar.
He looks somewhat concerned now.
He just looks at her. She looks at him. Where were you from originally, just so I can know if you've probably been somewhere near one of these?
You mean from here or from before I came to this
Oh, you
land?
came, yeah, to the island.
Ah, yes. Let me get to the sheet now. Grab one more thing from him. Gotta make sure I got my facts crossed here. Parts of a, well, former part of a clan, but we are from Calvin's Carm. I suppose you would call it further up in the north of Icewind Dale.
Okay. We are with, what was it, 10 towns?
Yes.
Alright. Did you ever go to that tavern? What the hell was it called? Oh, right. The Frostbit Nipple. You remember that one? Did you ever go there?
That's another roll for him.
It was known for its turkey and chicken. Penguin.
I vaguely remember the food there. We usually went by a dwarven-run blacksmith group. Black blades, black swords, something of that.
Oh, yes, okay.
You usually drop off materials, take materials, do simple trade.
This place, about 3 blocks west, is known for its poultry. I think they made them. I could be wrong. But they had this injection needle that was about... She kind of sits there for a moment, then pulls up a piece of soapstone off of something and, like, kind of draws on a table. It was not this big. It was made entirely out of steel cylinder, screw-on cap like this, needle about this, with a pretty heavy wall. What they were doing is they take the turkey juice, or whatever, broth or whatever, and they would inject it into places while rotisserie.
Ah! So that's what they use. Yes.
Yes.
I can make that. Is that what this, what Frogman here, sir, wants?
Yes, for basting poultry, and not for injecting people with poison.
He's totally going to inject it with poison, so make it with something, that...
Ah, yes,
Sharp,
I fully
sharp,
understand. I fully understand that. Yeah.
The sharper, the better.
Yeah.
You actually go with investigation on that. Yeah, yes, okay. Would you like them to be thrown? If you want them to be thrownable.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. So, Kermit, roll me 2d8, because he rolled really high on his, crafting. Motherfucker. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Okay. Hold on. Okay. I think I could make... It would take 4 days, but... I shall have maybe 60-ish or more for you.
Ooh, sounds good. Thank you, blacksmith.
Agar.
I'd shake your hand, but you'd probably die.
He holds out a hand, and it's a really big hand.
No,
Alright.
seriously, he's toxic to touch.
Uh-huh. I know. Heals little frog people.
Alright, I'll shake his hand if he's...
Yep. There's a little sizzle, but, I'll just roll this for him. He's
a
fine.
dwarf, but yeah.
He's fine.
He's a Goliath with dwarf ability.
He's something. Right, so I still need high level spell ranking power to make this for time. Looks over to Kermit, looks up and down. I see that you are not spellcaster. Looks over to Syndra. Would you provide aid for him, or the take cost out of him, I believe?
What tier do you need?
Highest spell possible. I do not know what is the capabilities of everyone, but usually higher the better.
I'm only the 6th tier.
More than enough.
Do you have a repository?
He holds up the very same rock that he presented to Oberina. It has a rune written on it.
This better not get me killed today, damn it. She will dump a 6th level into it.
The rune glows very brightly. Nothing happens, but you do feel the spell spent, or rather, you feel it being transferred into the rock. Ah, good.
I'd hug you right now if I knew you wouldn't blow my brains out.
Don't touch me.
Right. I'll get to work at this soon as I finish with the pink-haired lady's arrowheads. I still don't know why she doesn't want the full arrows, but should be done soon.
Thank you. Syndra, next time a big enemy swings something at you, I'll be there to block it. And I'll do it with my face, just for you.
Right, okay.
Let's
Let's hurry along now.
Agar looks very confused and looks over to you. I don't think he will live very long.
I am surprised that he is still with us.
That weird head thing he's wearing actually creeps me out. As he continues hammering away. For a guy of his size, he's actually doing pretty well with the precision of making the arrowheads.
Do you mean the skull of his enemies, or the fact that he's wearing a pseudo-dragon that actually is a brass dragon? Bronze. I don't care.
The former, and I did not know the latter. I thought that was a mimic thing. Familiar. Magic is
No,
very
no,
funny.
apparently he fucks next, but that's besides.
I think I could.
My children.
I think I could have lived without that knowledge.
I could have too. But they say share the suffering, right?
Yes. So, what do you need?
Look, I'm in no rush, currently. It'll take me some time to accumulate the other materials. I need, let's see here. Right off the bat, I will require... She pulls out some silver. Actually, she doesn't have any silver. She has all the control of the gold right now, so
Just still convert
she
it.
pulls out gold. I need a small cage made of about 100 silver pieces.
Very well.
And then I need a considerably larger one. The material doesn't really matter. But my understanding is potentially out of orichalcum. I'm not sure might make this a much more interesting usage.
Yes, this...
So I might commission him on that. But I do like a backup.
Yes.
I need one that would be about 500 gold worth of luck created. Or a box, at least.
So, as he quickly scribbles down Small cage worth 100 silver pieces, and a large cage worth at least 500 gold worth.
No. It can be about the same size. It doesn't really matter. I just need it to be of value. I'm not entirely certain what would happen with this one if they were... Well, the silver one has to be silver according to the mechanics, but...
I should have plenty of silver to
What the other one would happen if I made it out of had it made out of orichalcum?
I do not
Why don't
know.
you make me one out of orichalcum as well? Since there should be plenty.
Yes, your comrades dropped quite a bit, and some of them have been used, but not all of it has been depleted yet. It is strange, this metal. It requires arcane energy for it to be malleable. Extremely fire resistant.
No, thank you. I shall set out how much for your labor then.
Since you have helped this town, I give half off, especially with these strange commissions. 200 gold. Since you are also supplying the supplies and all.
She'll hand it out.
He takes it, and you can roll me... You can roll me either perception or investigation as he places the gold into what he now procures out a strange-looking satchel.
Perception or what?
Perception or investigation. Alright, you see him put the 200 gold coins into the satchel. He shakes up with just a quick bit, and with your investigation, or rather your perception, you could have sworn that 200 gold coins seems to sound like there's more in there now. And then he opens up the satchel, and you see that he's starting pouring out silver coins.
That's a rarity these days.
It's a small, cheap gimmick, but useful when needing to convert certain currency.
Yeah, I mean, bankers' bags are much more common back on the main continents. But there's whatever. I didn't think of a blacksmith using that.
Yes.
I appreciate your ingenuity.
Little trick I learned from Gnomish one. When she needed silver to shoot lycanthropes, she usually get gold and converted it into silver.
Ah. That is quite wise. I did meet a man who one time was using silver coins and having them converted into arrowheads for that reason.
Always be ready. Right. Services have been paid. I should have this ready in... Let me roll his...
I don't need it in a hurry. Arm the people. By the time we get back, should be fine. If not, later.
True. But
As
always...
I said, I don't have the materials for the rest of it, so...
Yes,
No
but
rush.
always need to have a deadline. It helps keep the mind focused and priorities. Perhaps roughly in 3 days, maybe 4 days as well, I should have it done.
That is... perfect. Thank you, Kat.
Gives a nod, and you see he begins to resume working.
And
Very
don't keep
careful.
that orichalcum for yourself.
I believe there will be many customers who need it. Starts hammering away at the orichalcum arrowheads. And while that is happening, what is everyone else doing?
I'm probably heading to the bar, so
Okay.
Yeah, that's where I went.
Excellent. Alright, just gotta make sure. So,
You want to meet with them.
alright. So currently we'll be meeting them first. Let me just... Where is my bar? The stag in.
We live in that place now at this point in this campaign. For how many times we visited it?
I ain't nothing wrong
I will
with that.
also be there.
I'm just trying to remember, where did I put that blast? Did I put it somewhere away? No. Oh no, it's right there. I'm looking for it, and it's like right there in my face, like, hello. Oh. But, yeah, everyone's regathering here. Let me just, so there'll be a few minutes before Syndra arrives, but, everyone back in the party. And it is a bit more quieter, but you do see familiar faces. Some of the regulars do come back in and out. Vorpal and Susie again, once now fully recovered, and there's no weird injuries on Vorpal or Galmic, who is loudly, cheerfully cooking whatever sort of strange meats and other stuff that he has.
That fucking man. He's gonna die over his stove.
Should we change the music?
Oh yeah, please.
Yeah, no, I like this music. For when we're going in the
dark
dark.
ambience. What the hell?
Yes, I'll leave to someone else to be my DJ for the night, because...
That is a tavern brawl, not a tavern.
I mean...
Well, it would be a tavern brawl, considering who's in here.
Yeah, every time we're in here.
Yeah, speaking of Tavern Brawl, I should actually get some of those other NPCs who came back in one piece. Lucky jerks.
It's okay, Mike, I understand you love us. You don't really have to tell us how you feel.
There we go. Not a tavern brawl.
I'm actually going to talk to Helena for a sec.
Sure.
I'm going to kind of just place her down on the table, or if she'd like, sitting on my shoulder.
She'll definitely go onto the table, so she'll immediately order coffee.
I'll flip over a cup so she has a place to sit.
Yep.
So, I've been wondering, Helena, do you need any equipment or anything?
She cracks her hands, knuckles a bit. I don't think they have anything for pixie sizes, do they? As I
They
am.
could get it forged.
Yes, and how long will I remain in this form? And it'll be a waste of materials, honestly. I have to think of it as any dwarves would. Ways of the benefits of how much you put into the investment or how much you will get out of it. For now, I suppose magical equipment that can adjust to my size will be preferable. She points over to the direction of where Bozamar is at. But I am still trying to figure out as to how is it that he is still in existence.
I'd assume the same way you are. Just a shred of his former soul.
Yes, I'm wondering if it was because of us true polymorphing him that saved him, or if his soul wasn't really worth that much. If I'm understanding your adversary is. I can see that.
Well, I mean, with that, Tyr's going to take out a small piece of Janae's tailbone and just start kind of whittling on it to bring it down into like somewhat of a stick form, aka make her a tiny wand.
Okay.
He has no idea if it's magical or not, but this was a primal-ish. No, Janae was the actual primal, so
Yeah.
probably work.
Yeah, today you're using his tailbone.
Yeah, I have 3 tailbone segments. I'll just take away one and start using it as as crafting materials. Because I mean, well, I don't really know what else I'm going to use. If it,
All right. Roll me.
and I also have a couple yards, so I'll do that and use a yard of Novelay skin to wrap the handle.
Okay, so you're making a wand, right? Just want to make certain. Yeah. Okay, wand. All right, interesting. All right. Roll me. You have leatherworker skills, right?
I do.
Okay, so I want you to roll me Arcana and then leatherworker skills.
Okay. Wow.
Not bad. Okay.
That turned out better than expected.
Much better. All right. Now with that, just roll me. Roll me 2d20 with an exclamation point at the end for the exploding.
All right. Oh, there's an F in there, so I don't know what it's gonna do.
It just gives you a 0.
Oh. Anyway.
Okay, 21. Okay, so it lands on a 30 instead. Okay. Results. And 18 tools. Alright, you have something you have to be whittled down just a little bit, and using the anomaly skin as more of a focal point than the actual Judai's tailbone is more of a splinter to hold it. And Helena giving a little bit of help there too. You see the tailbone shrink a bit. And it becomes something of a, not of a wand as you normally see wands or staves. For some reason you get this weird feeling it looks almost like a hammer. Especially as Helena uses the anomaly skin to almost, in a weird way, have it stick outward more. Like, she wraps it around, but then she somehow starts pulling at it to make it extend.
Oh.
Oh, this is very elastic skin.
He'll gesture to his armor. Yes, it's the same thing I made this out of. Should probably give you an aid in lightning-based things.
I can think of something of it, which I will give stats to that later. Magic hammer wand. Okay, we're gonna have fun with this now. Alright, and during that time, Kermit, you are speaking to Smee. Smee is having a good conversation with Vorpal. As you walk in, you basically say out loud according. You can roll me perception or insight.
Okay.
You feel a bunch of eyes staring right at you, almost burrowing holes into you. And then as soon as you feel that, you also feel like the eyes are turning a little bit and mostly focusing on Smee a bit as well. What do you do with that knowledge?
So, how's it going? Have you made any progress yet?
There's a toothy grin from Smee. Yes, progress. And he kind of looks past you just a little bit, over your looks like he's looking right past your shoulder a little bit, and then continues on of, I mean, we had good conversations, right, Miss Vorpal? She gives a quiet nod, while offering, or at least passing, drinks to you both. She gives you a dark-colored water, Kermit.
My favorite.
The shit he was living in.
So, Vorpal, do you like Smee?
He is friendly compared to others that I've met, yes.
So, Smee, you like Vorpal?
Yes. As he kind
Why
of
don't you guys do something about it?
They both look right past you, and then they looks like right behind you. And then Smee's one, you do know she's on the clock right now, yes?
Yeah, but, I mean, she's not always on the clock. She has to have a break sometime.
Yes, that's usually after.
You guys should get together.
You can roll me a perception or insight, or anyone who's within vicinity may do so as you're hearing Kermit say this quite out loud.
Oh yeah, I definitely would hear that from the back. Hold on. I don't give a damn for the shit.
What? Oberina not listening into the cringe?
I'm just gonna roll this with these two. Okay, yes, me has a better chance of hiding it. So, yeah, even with his modifier, Smee has probably the most stoic look on his face. Verbal, unfortunately, she didn't really pass, but, actually, no. Well, Oberyn definitely heard it, but you don't see Vorpal's face, but, Kermit, you see it, especially because of her albino skin. You definitely see that she turns a full shade of, pinkish red. And then Susie kind of just slides in very abruptly. Goes, right, before we start talking about the lovebirds situation, Mr. Kermit.
Yes.
May I ask that you stop invading the poor shitter places, please? I had some complaints. I had some complaints that the toilets got clogged.
Yes, I could do that.
Great.
Would you mind digging a latrine out back for me to sleep in, perhaps?
I can ask one of the druids.
Nice. Thank you, thank you.
God damn it.
And if you wouldn't mind directing some of the tavern folk to use that instead. Just, I would like a bedding.
Roll me a D100. Kermit, please.
God damn it. I hate this party.
So,
Alright.
just about everyone that's like right next to you, as they're all hearing this, it's just like, okay, we have
You
it.
see Oberina, like, he's saying this out loud, right?
Yes, I feel like he is.
Oberina's just, like, pulling your chair further away from Kermit.
Lots of people are making their way away. And I'm just gonna roll this D20 for Susie. I'm not gonna go through all their sheets.
I hope they don't make him a latrine. Thank God.
Smee definitely sees it. He kind of feels bad as he kind of says, "Wow, you're turning as green, even greener than myself, Miss Susie." Yes,
People just bailing.
they are bailing. Right. Well, Miss White will have her break in a few hours. Smee, shift be over soon. I will see what I can do for you. Mr. Frog Kermit, sir.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yes. And
And would you mind making it big enough for two, perhaps? As I wink at her.
Oberina, you,
I'll take that in character.
yeah, no, you don't have to roll for this or those who are looking. You can just see like Susie's eyes dilate into like little tiny dots.
Oh my god.
Right. I'm just gonna go over here and make orders. Smee, please enjoy your new company here. As she kind of just walks over and like, Galmac! Like she's talking very rapidly in a language that is very actually, who?
Yeah, I'll post mine.
I was gonna say, who can speak Sylvain?
Ah, shit, no.
Okay, because she is
I
immediately.
think I can. Hold on.
I have Nomis randomly for some
Yes,
reason.
I can.
Oh,
Oh
Nice.
Mavis, you hear this loud and clear, and she's not shouting to Galmec, actually. She's just using him as an excuse. She's going like, alright, I need somebody to turn that frog inside out one way or another. He's going to destroy the latrines. Or stop him, something. I need help. Really, I need help.
Why is it that every new person we add to our party outside of the original people just has funny but weird vibes? Love it. Oh my god.
Maybe you can just hear the absolute sound of panic in Susie's voice.
Oh god. I'm gonna.
It's not even threatening, it's just more like, oh my god, this frog's gonna do it again. He's gonna drive me crazy.
But,
Oh, God. I'm gonna. Kermit, come here. Sit down.
Has anybody seen any mimics around? I'm looking to
No.
have myself
Come
a
here.
fling
Sit
tonight.
down.
Oh, wait. If you're saying that, you know what, Kermit, roll me a D100.
Oh,
Hell yeah.
oh no.
I was at the other table. I was at the big table, but you chose the smallest table.
I'm just chilling by the fire because I don't want to deal with Kermit right now.
Alright, well, I'm gonna write that down.
Oh no. Don't tell me another mimic just got willed into existence.
No.
A mimic on the mantle.
Maybe it's
Okay,
just
cool.
come by and sit down. You probably sit down like a bunch of wood shave or like bone shavings and
Why is it always me? I'm gonna wipe them off on the ground.
that was God.
Just
Oh,
wipe
well.
the god on the floor.
Looks at Tiernan, looks down at the chair, still wipes off the bone.
Alright, Zell, anything on your end? As you're hearing this commotion going on?
I think I'm going to
Just kind of just watching this whole thing and just internally saying, wow. But like watching this all happen.
I think I'm going to physically bone it after today.
Alright,
Okay.
and is at this cue that Cinder walks in? And
Speaks Sylvan. I don't even know.
yeah. So first thing you will notice immediately, Syndra, is that as Vorpal is moving around, she's definitely because of her albino skin, probably close to your shade of albino tone that you have. For hers, you definitely see the very notable red pink shade of blush or embarrassment as she's moving very fast and not even getting the orders down completely. As someone says, like, yes, I'll get it. Okay, you gonna get the regular? Yes, okay, done.
What the bloody hell have I walked into again?
And you Does Cinder know Sylvain?
Nope.
Okay, you definitely hear Susie shouting a whole bunch of other things. You can't quite pick up the language, but it's clear she's not talking to Galmac, even though he's just chopping. He's just going, okay, okay.
Please tell me he doesn't know fucking Sylvain, so he's just listening to her bitch.
You don't know.
God.
Amarna's mostly talking with Fia. Hannah's talking to Darwin. Boris is having a long conversation with man, the throat's already getting messed up with this. Well, our other two people, I'm not going to go with going with their names, Vestia and Nakali. So
Did you guys know you could just see tokens for yourself?
I did not know that.
At least tokens. Yeah, no. If you just click on a token and press Z, it'll do the Shift Z thing.
Huh. I guess it's on your own token, though, or ones you can
Yeah,
choose.
obviously it's only one that you can click on.
Oh, interesting. I can't even do
Oh,
that.
I get it, because Shift Z would...
I was holding. I failed at holding Alt when I was moving Helena, and hit Z and she popped up. I was like, what the? Why would Miser do this?
Miser just showed it only on your screen. Wizardry.
It was such powerful magic that even I didn't know.
It's like you guys figuring out you could just add into your circle.
Alright.
Oh, boy.
And you see Binge taking a bit of the post by the desk. Smee quickly getting over. Talking pretty low in to you, Syndra. Well, your frog friend is very loud. You see Boris actually trying very hard not to laugh at Smee.
Do I need to ask?
Armana just gives you the quick lowdown of, well, Smee and Miss White are doing quite well. Kermit, the new body to throw at things, kind of shouted pretty loud, and kind of also forgot that Miss White is very popular with many other patrons here. So everyone was burrowing holes at both Kermit and Smee, but mostly at Kermit. And then I believe Kermit asked a very ridiculous request to Miss Susie, which I believe she is shouting something about, please stop the frog from making the latrine and all other things that would cause their inn to go under.
Oh, I knew taking him on would be a problem. If it wasn't for the fact of what he's been able to accomplish... well, there is a bit of an issue.
Which is?
Cinder sets her hand on the table. So, yes, we won. Couple of fights. But it's apparently coming at a cost. All this. So I have to find some way to reverse this. I have a theory, but everything else has to fall in line first because there is a lot of risk involved. And I'm not entirely sure what to do. how do you all feel about Ari right now?
So I'm gonna roll for these. Actually, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3. Wow, only Boris figured it out? Okay. Armana goes, I have no complaints. I have not seen anything in particularly odd. Smee chimes in with, I've been too busy. Shore leave? Oh, sorry, read that again for me, Syndra?
She looks at me, completely understandable.
Hannah adds, been trying to unmake myself sober. Boris is the one that adds, she's changed somewhat, I feel, since that situation in the temple, which, as he kind of gestures to his once missing arm that got replaced with a prosthetic now. But I think I can speak for all of us all that Ari is Ari, and I just hope that she doesn't fall into any weird situations like Zavon did.
I think I have a way to get Savon back. I might have a way to get the entire crew back. The entire ship. But is it right? Is a question.
They're silent while listening, and it's Vestio and Nakui that kind of chime in, like, should we step out of this one just in case? Seems like it's private for you.
Right. Yes, if you don't mind. My mind's been elsewhere.
No problem. Come on, guys. That's private stuff for them. And Vestio, along with Nakui, quickly grab Darwin and pull him away, because he was having a drinking contest with Hannah. And you all definitely hear the dwarf making a protest, like, don't you pull me by my beard! And right here to the end of that table.
She waves, or Cinder kind of looks. Ari, if you wouldn't mind.
Via also quietly gets up. I believe I will also join the other group, just in case this is private.
Thank you, Via.
Gives a nod.
Even though he's not on the map, I would state that the permanently loyal skeleton basically is shadowing her this entire time.
Yeah, no worries. We'll put that later.
Ari.
Yes.
You haven't given me any reason to doubt your loyalty, or it might give you any reason to doubt trust. But a lot has happened lately. I just want to make sure where you still stand on everything.
Well, I still stand on taking care of the business we have to take care of. I still stand with this crew. I eventually would like to venture home at one point. Sure. Maybe just to visit and see if everything's alright. But, with the group. I'm still here. I'm still with this crew. Why do you ask?
I just wanted to make sure that the events of this world, lands, the things we've gone through have not given me reason to question. Baraktos is a powerful being that you have a connection with now.
I do.
I just want to make sure it hasn't changed your priority outside of what they should be. Or without telling us. I guess I should say I'm sorry. My mind's a little off at the moment after everything that I went through today.
It's alright. As you have said, yes, he is a powerful being. It has not changed the way that I have set the priorities. I am set to take on the enemies that we still have here, as well as being with the crew. Are you alright?
She kind of just is staring at her hand. She's kind of put out on the table, missing its fingers. If I told you that my priorities have changed, not entirely away from our original plans, our goals, the things that you knew me for, is it still acceptable to everyone?
Armana answers, "Where you go, Captain?" She seems like she's about to add something else to it, but she pauses on that, gives a quiet nod of it. "I believe many of us would choose to go with you. I, for one, will always go with you."
I'm going to be honest with you. By the end of this, I might not be the same person you've known. And I don't mean in that theory that, everyone changes over time and life events and experience and, like Oreos now has got a moniker of, Iron Hand or Tendering, I don't know, something interesting, What I mean is, I spoke with death, as they will tell you, along with my great-grandfather, which isn't really news anymore, but I have a way to win, and we've kind of talked about it before, but the gravity is kind of suddenly weighing on me of what it's going to cost. Because honestly, it's so far beyond my comprehension as a being, just because of what it involves, that I don't think a mortal can actually understand what it means. But somewhere in the back of my mind says that that's not a problem. I understand it perfectly. power you have, I guess the term is champion with Rakdos. But you haven't noticed any changes to your mind. You're a more powerful being than you were when you arrived. And now you're connected to powers of primordials. Hasn't affected you?
I mean, sure, it's affected me in different ways. Like you said, I've gained powers that I haven't before. Physically, I've changed in a roundabout way. I mean, I still look like me, but I'm not of the same person I was before. I'm not the same. I'm not quite sure how to put it. I am now tied more to this land than I am anywhere else. In the sense that I'm considered a storm-blooded. That thing amazes me. My mindset has always been set on the goals that I have set for myself as well as this crew. I do worry about what you have thought out, what you have planned, what you are going forward with, only because I hope that the decisions that you are coming up with, that the ones that you're planning, they don't hurt you. They don't I don't know, completely erase you, if that is what happened. The way that Natalia had gone, I mean, I just hope that the decisions are being carefully considered. Like you said, my loyalties lie here, with this crew and with you. I just hope that we are all able to help you with what you are trying to achieve, and that this decision that you are looking at is something you're willing to risk. Because like you said, you seem to understand the risk, but I hope that.
Allow me to put it in an art's perspective, because it's the only thing I can come down to that's going to work. It's the only way to win. Is that we have to continue to lose. And by that I mean that Ed's winning already. Ed holds all the cards. We have changed a few things, but at the end of the day, this is still the only existing reality that is surviving. Once it's over, that's the end of the game. But there are pieces that have not been in play and refused to be played. But that doesn't mean that they can't be played. We just have to know exactly when they are allowed to be played. And how. Which is, I think we're going to lose. Technically. But in that loss, that gives us the one chance to succeed.
Switching the scene a little bit as Syndra and Arizel discuss the inner depths of what's to plan with the party of their crew. Let's see the shenanigans going on with our other party members.
Kermit, please don't fucking keep those at the table.
Kermit, Ben just brought you 2 live chickens, and also brought big plates of heaping food for everyone else. Tyrion, you're carving a rune of strength on the wand, yes?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure I write that down.
So I had, like, begun to start the Draconic version. I looked at her and went, oh, shit. Probably should do this in Dwarven.
Yep.
What's that do?
Well, this is just the Rune of Strength. If you're not versed in magic, usually nothing, but since she's a mage, she could probably use it to unlock some ability. Especially since I'm carving it into 2 different primals.
That's true.
Yes, just make sure you keep your hand focused. Don't get too distracted.
Yeah, shut up, Kermit.
Start shaking the table violently.
God damn it, Kermit. You sure, though, that it's not going to have some violent reaction, considering you're carving it into 2 primals?
Well,
Well,
she
way to
is
find out.
one of the most versed mages we've met besides Syndra, so I'm sure she can handle it.
My expertise leans more toward rune crafting and transmutation. But yes, if done properly and without any deterrence from the outlines I have placed it here, it should work functionally well. Especially with my diminutive size, I am lacking much in combat abilities and sturdiness.
Since when are you a wand crafter, Tyrion?
Today,
Oh.
I am giving him advice.
since I figured I had all the components and decided to make it, and I was bored because everybody else was talking.
I mean, then, what happened to your wand originally that you had in your chicken form? Did that just go to the wayside?
I still have it, somewhat. She kind of holds a stick. But
Oh.
it still follows the somewhat contradictory and painful curse in my previous cursed form.
So it's unusable until at least you could mess with the curse?
Well,
I do not wish...
me and Rosemar are going to go eat because you guys don't like it.
Yes,
I don't mind it.
as Helena says this. And then adds, right, I am still trying to figure out the extent of this curse, but I don't want to return back to being a chicken. Do you know what it's like to have to lay eggs?
No, that sounds disgusting.
Exactly. I mean, granted, I wouldn't mind eating said chickens and eggs, but being a chicken myself and then having to die and be reborn as a chicken again with all memories intact, it's not fun.
That's cannibalism, to a certain extent now.
I don't want to think
If
about
you-
it.
Polymorph, if you get polymorphed, does that turn into cannibalism to whatever you got polymorphed into?
Very thorough.
You guys can
Aren't
just
all
hear that
druids
scream.
cannibals?
Big thought-provoking discussion. Meanwhile, are all two cannibals at the other table?
Hold on, I was going to roll this because they are close by the entrance. Oh, wow, okay. Whirlpool is just running at full speed.
You guys can just hear that screaming and clucking of chickens being killed by me and Bozemar.
She's not feeling good. She's not feeling good.
You know, No, in some ways, I am surprised Kermit is still alive right now.
Oh, I forgot.
I
I'm
don't know
surprised these hardened adventurers are getting a little upset because a chick is being butchered.
Oh, I don't give a shit about that.
I
There's
think
also
they're
common
getting upset
decency.
because of Kermit. Just existing.
We hosed him down.
Yes, but he also hoses himself down in piss, so...
Well, just to make it clear, Vorpal is not a hardened adventurer.
I was gonna say.
But the other two,
Yeah, the other two. Clearly, the one that you all recognize that hangs out with Ronnie looks surprisingly even greener, or almost as green as Smee as a goblin. The other one just quietly places her hand over her mouth and just steps back. Bozomar misses his bite attack by a wide margin and thus makes the chicken suffering continue longer.
Oh my god.
Did we get a gift for Susie? She's very upset.
I think it's, if anything, the only gift is taking Kermit out of here when we leave.
Yeah,
Oh, you're right, I think.
Yeah.
That'll do it.
As much as I appreciate or understand trying to make her happy and alleviate any pain, I think Kermit leaving, once we leave for a little bit, will probably be the best for her. Though she'll probably hate it when we come back. If we come back.
why did we tell Kermit that the bone breakers probably have a place they shit? They only eat protein and bananas. That has to be great for him.
You know, fuck it. If he can leave the normal people, that'd probably be for the best, but we should probably wait till he's done eating, because I can hear, I'm pretty sure what sounds like a chicken's head being missed.
me and Bozomar come back in just covered in chicken's blood.
Yeah, never mind. Or actually, no, I'm not surprised. Kermit,
Yeah.
so, you know how you are asking for a shitter to be made?
Yeah.
Have you considered talking to the giant ape people, considering they're made of protein, they would eat different kinds of proteins and fruits and vegetables that would probably be more akin to the shit you would be used to laying in, as opposed to more of the human fecal matter?
A little too hard. I prefer the latrine because it's muddy. More swamp-like.
I'm going to throw up.
You all can see.
There's a swamp right outside the walls. It's filled with velociraptors, but it's there.
You humanoids and your hang-ups about fecal matter.
I'm a dragon.
There's also common decency in people wanting to take a shit without getting poisoned and dying in the night.
I always choose the empty ones.
They don't fucking know that when they're hammered.
Well, what do you think I've been feeding myself with?
Wait, fucking what?
The poor wanderers coming in, you know?
Vastia,
I now understand why Susie is upset with you.
And one of the reasons I love sleeping in the latrine. One of the reasons I love sleeping in the latrine actually dates back to my honeymoon with my mimic wife.
Why the fuck were you in the... No, I'm not chasing down this.
Was she the toilet?
That's a story for another time, Tiernan.
even Helena, who's currently drinking another, I guess you'd call those Cuban coffees.
Oh, God, she's gonna
Is
need
there a
like
switch
3 of those.
scene button? Switch.
Yeah, is there a stop?
Yeah, I'll do is like, she takes a big swig of it, places it down, goes over to Binge, then to you, Tiernan, then to Olbrina, then to Mavis, and finally to Kermit. I said, man, did I return to my humanoid form in the worst way possible? And then we're going to switch back to Syndra as you are hearing all this mayhem up in the corner.
I actually have a... Don't move Nakali and her crew. I do want to talk to them at some point.
Oh yeah, they're hanging out with you guys.
Okay.
But switching quickly back to Syndra and Arizel, as you were hearing the chaos of what's going on.
Why do they keep giving him live chickens?
And you clearly saw it was Benj who gave him the live chickens.
Guess we'll have to talk to Binge about giving live chickens to him again.
Smee kind of leans in and is like, you know, I understand Benj is a good guy. As far as I've known, at least when he was here and all that stuff. Are you sure he's not gullible? I feel bad for the guy.
Extremely gullible.
Oh, man.
He's that kind of sweet.
I don't know a woman takes advantage of him.
So I have a theory about how to get my hand back. I don't like the idea. In fact, I refuse to do it. Unless we come across one specific case. Which you guys need to keep your eyes out for, and ears.
Boris, using his remaining real arm, kind of cracks the knuckles a bit. So, information hunting.
If there's another obsidian dragon, and only if they're a prop, if they're one of those fine, respected individuals, which I somehow seriously doubt they are, I want to know. I'm going to be honest. Probably not one out there. There is an orichalcum dragon, apparently, which... You know, I kind of despair to an extent, because just... You had your chromatics and your metallics, and that was all you really had to worry about except for the undead.
Armana, Amoro's the one who questions, wait, you just said orichalcum dragon?
Yes. You know, the metal that we found a shit ton of and brought in to make weapons for everyone.
Yes.
Which reminds me, make sure you all get some.
Well, certainly will. As, Smee holds up a dagger, which I did not write it down yet, but it is... The blade does have orichalcum on it. The smith guy.
Yeah, yes.
Miser, I did drop off a shit ton of mithril too. I don't know if that's been talked about, but
that's also being used, but it's mostly for armor for stealth.
I figured, but
Yeah.
you can use a rogue, so you might
Okay.
have two things.
Okay.
A table with a pile of rogues on it.
Let me just roll that for him. Oh yeah, he definitely got
three
it.
rogues at this table.
Yep, he holds up, oh right, I think, yeah, that smith guy is making orichalcum armor. Sorry, mithril armor.
Good.
He works really fast for a single guy who's not really by himself anymore. There's all those, the natives that are working with him.
Yeah. I guess to clarify what I was meaning earlier, it's... Imagine playing a game of chess, but you had to keep one piece, or a couple of pieces out, because nobody knew the exact reason why or how to use them. But then you realize that the only time you can use the important one is right after you're about to put the pieces away. Sounds very counterintuitive, doesn't it? But I've got a theory on it.
Smee is the one that answers. Well, I mean, as Amora said, first mate and second mate, whatever you think is best, Captain. I mean, we wouldn't have made it out to that temple if it weren't for you and the others, as he gestures his hand over in the direction of the rest of the party. Plus, I will admit, I still feel both regret and a sense of wanting vengeance for not just Zavon, but also for everyone else that got caught up in that Magic Man's schemes.
I'm not saying that my priorities haven't changed about what we do. But I am throwing this out there for all of you now. If I'm able to do what I believe I'm going to have to do, if I'm not the captain you want, don't follow me. Because I have no idea who I will be afterwards. Theoretically, I'll be me. Theoretically, I could be as different as us, as we are to the primals. Or more. I have no idea. All I know is deep down inside, I'm fighting for everything that we have. And I refuse to lose.
Well, Boros just takes a quick, long drink of his mug, which, by the comparison to everyone else's, it's really a large gallon of drinking. Snorts a little bit. Well, if you're asking for a possible backup plan or whatnot, I believe me, Smee, and Hannah already are spoken for. If we did not trust you or accept you as our captain, we would not be here. And as Amora said, and will repeat what she said, we're with you all the way to the end. If you need us to smack some sense into you, we'll do our best. Just remember not to obliterate us out of nowhere. But in all seriousness, if you need us to do some dirty work or help out in some way or another while you and as he jerks his thumb back to the group, the others are gallivanting through enemy territory or the like, let us know. We can do more than just simply watch the pretty girl that's been keeping pretty much close to us and see if we can sniff out some more information.
Maybe this is going to seem odd. Being that it would seem that actually having you there would be a far better idea. I actually don't want you guys to go with us to Rashikon.
Hannah drinking that bad?
If this was under a different circumstance, I wouldn't have any question about it. But you're going in against two enemy forces, one of which knows our faces. The other one is just going to probably attack us just for being there. Your skills and talents are exceptional in that, and I don't regret anything of that. But I wouldn't put you in a risky situation. What I need is I need you here. Hearing for what happens from Zato to here. The other big things. Rumors, concepts, traders, with their loose lips, that kind of thing, to be honest. And frankly, we're the only ones who've really ever, logistically set up revolutions and wars, so I know they know kind of what they're doing, but keeping the peace and making sure they're all trained, armed, and logistically ready, in case we need a military force to move on something, is probably better for all of us. And I trust all of you to do that, because it's not the first time we have. But I wouldn't have you soil into Waterdeep's ports, flying our flag, which is exactly what this is. And I'm not going to do that. It's a lot safer for me and Ari to go. Because we already have people on the inside. The less of us there, the less risk. And I need people out here who are ready to mobilize in case we need you to bring the army across there to Rashikon.
Amora taking notes. So we have enemies up in the north, which are the Raiders of Yengul, as they're calling themselves, and what our new allies have been calling them.
That's actually why I want you to listen to traders. We're headed north before we head to Rashikon. Because Miss Pink Hair over there apparently is going to have her internal organs start rotting out in a couple of days if we don't take care of that. So I have to go and try and kill Yangul, and not... She looks at her hands. Cause any more undue damage to myself.
Smee is the one who asks, I've been wondering about that. What happened to your fingers?
Well, as you can see that there, that's not just a fancy tattoo. As you know, I'm not big on tattoos. That is a mark of Null, otherwise known as Death. Not, just Death God or anything like that. I mean death itself. Half of the creative force of the universe. And I might have applied I came across a very powerful rune that allows me to free the souls that our enemy has been using, enslaving to create those armors. He uses them as fuel to power them. She looks over across to Ozamar and Helena. People like them. They're only small because he's been using their souls and burning it off like fuel in the fire. It disgusts me.
So like a
So,
phylactery.
figured out a way to release those souls, to make sure they're safe. It's us back into death, through the cycle. And we ended up in a dream world, facing off against a primal, and a shroud, which more or less is partially Tyranid and his problems. Think of Tiernan, but blue and worse, and actually looks like a dragon, but actually is some kind of horrible creature holding a bunch of souls inside of it. Well, not having much other choice than to either try to rodeo it, scroll on it, I put that symbol on my hand and utilized it to release the souls that he was entrapping. It caused a bit of a curse that didn't allow me to heal quite right. I could sense it. And then at the big fight, when he came back and followed that false primal, that all but destroyed everything and was devouring what was left of Gogin. Well, carved it into my hand and did the same thing, and this time it wasn't so bad. Until we had to purify the ley lines, which is, I guess you could say, the main arteries of this world, because we're on top of a giant corpse that's not technically dead. And I knew exactly what was going on, being that it was infusing necromantic or necrotic energy into it. Well, I couldn't let Ed just turn this the whole world into a fucking undead, now could I? So, tried to remove that, and boom, fingers just faded out of existence.
And the rest of your hand, as Smee is the one who's listening very closely. Armana is holding onto your hand gently. But it's Smee who speaks up a little bit, and that's why your hand looks like it's been drenched in weird tar pit and missing fingers. Are we sure we're all not dead yet? From the looks of it, it seems like we're all going through a ringer. Maybe that's why Vorpal looks like my girl of my dreams. Is that how it is, Boris? And Boris just very quietly just pats him on the head, like, quiet friend.
I mean, first of all, I didn't know you were into albino goblins, but I also figured it's because you had a dry spell, you know, we haven't really come across too many other than that group, and you said you weren't very much into the tribal types.
She carries herself well, and...
So I'm somewhere between you're having Seerkirk's blue balls and, there is actually potential that we are dead. I'm not going to lie to you about that. Dead in the sense that we're not technically in our exact world that we're supposed to be in, and we're in a demi-plane similar to, I guess, what you would consider to be, you know, the celestial or fellow planes, but also not, because, I mean, if I really explain this all out to you, it puts it into a very terrible perspective that all of the universe is being combined down and all of the souls are being used to fuel the world's, well, existence's largest phylactery to turn Ed into the universe's most powerful and only lich in existence.
Hannah takes a very deep swig until the point where she finishes her bottle. Right, that is definitely above our usual pay grade.
Yeah.
Can't you just, like, hit it over the head with a bottle and call it a day? I get it.
I wish.
I get it. Right, I guess me and the boys will be watching stuff here, and you gotta do what you gotta do, Captain.
I know you'll do me proud. But I want this place ready. They're just getting settled in and they're going to be doing other things, but Zahn Ball and the others will need support. I'm sure that in their own tribes they have their own information gatherers. I want you to do the one that makes it work. Because I know you guys can. Just like that village, when we lied through our teeth without supplying both sides. At the end, finally got them to realize they were both fighting the same problem. And we made a good profit. But this time the profit is that we actually get to survive this, I think so.
I guess we can also... Boris pulling out a stringed instrument, which he's carefully placing in his robotic hand. goes, well, I guess the other profit is we save the... I guess we're doing more than just saving the world. We can add that to our stuff.
It feels wrong, doesn't it, though? I mean, really, we're just people that murder slavers. I don't know, saving the universe just sounds wrong attached to that.
It'd be a good tale, and whether they believe it or not, well, that'll be up to them, right?
You know, I got to thinking, Boreas.
Hmm.
You probably ought to get that whole thing silvered. Boreas Silverhand sounds like a badass name.
I like it. Might actually be one of those rocker boys that they had in. Oh, was it in Waterdeep or was it in? We briefly touched Westgate. Bunch of crazy musicians.
Oh, right. Yes. Loud ones.
Very loud. Didn't last long, but they didn't leave an impression.
I don't know. I thought that maybe that kind of sound, if you were playing that across, as we came across out of the mists and everything, I couldn't imagine a ship not shitting itself. I'm not saying what you've been playing isn't working, but... Especially those flames shooting out of, you know, your instruments and other things. Anyway, we should probably make sure they're not all killing each other over there.
As you're saying that, Syndra, Mavis, as you write a particular thing into the book, well, then you roll a 12 on a D100 for your for the reply. Just grab this, retype this here, change a few things. You get a new passage.
Mavis is just gonna huff and close the book and pout a little bit.
Fuck you! Oh.
Not scared or anything. Just, this is ridiculous. Close the book.
Yeah, just annoyed.
Exactly, just annoyed at it.
What I imagine is like that, like that kind of like casually throw it, like.
I mean,
No, it was, she's like had a good streak of getting what she needed, like the information out of this book until now, so she's mad.
Something on your mind?
There's no way of safely transporting the book. So, we're in danger no matter where we go. Yay!
I mean, wasn't that the plan from the beginning anyway? Don't see any
Yes.
no problem.
But I would like to be able to use it when we need it. So we're hidden until we need it to be seen.
I mean, wasn't that your whole deal when apparently you met these people, from what I heard? That you could just meld into shadows or something? Or when they talk of the temple where you just disappeared from their eyes.
I'm confused.
I think you're the only person who remembers what you're talking about.
Yeah.
So in the temple where she could, unless I'm being dumbly mistaken, where she had like a cloak mechanic that even in darkness she was just hidden from everyone.
Oh!
Yes. Yes.
Wow! I'm surprised I was the only one that got that.
I knew, but as a DM, I can't really
I just
constantly.
couldn't tell what you were talking about.
Yeah.
I was trying to play it in character,
Yeah.
considering
Yep.
Oberyn doesn't know outside of stories, so...
She
Yes.
appeared in with a piece of steak in her mouth. It's like, oh, yeah, right. As soon as she's like, in any kind of darkness, cannot fucking see her. But if we're traveling through the day, kind of hard.
Also true.
Also,
What's that?
anybody with magical sight can find her.
Well, I guess we are just kind of up Shit's Creek without the paddle. So about another normal day.
Also, I believe you're asking something, Vestio and his group, Tyrion?
Yeah. Well, speaking of finding a paddle, I'm going to turn to Vestio and Nakale. I have had an idea. We were... Oh god, what is the major city of this area?
Manzano?
Manzano. We were last leaving Manzano. A certain individual entered these shores. I was wondering if I could hire you three, and possibly even a few more of the adventurers from here, to find a certain, what was his name, Mavis? It was the dark elf we saw with the big cat.
Mavis, you would know this.
I'm glad Mavis does, because Harley doesn't.
Okay, so the character that Tyrion is talking about is a. Let's just go with his first name is Dritz.
Oh,
I'm
we're
not-
back on it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go with his full last name because that's a tongue twister for me.
Jordan.
Yeah.
The Warden?
Honestly, I'm surprised I've made it this
Oh,
far
Jordan.
as a player.
Nah, no
Alright.
worries. But you only know this because your captain, Antonio Drake, is the one who talks about him a couple of times.
Say the name again?
Dritz.
Dritz?
Dritz.
Yes.
Dritz. Okay.
That name just physically hurts me looking at it. And he also physically hurts me.
It's more like your chop suey by that point.
True.
Yeah, let me just, it is this individual that he is referring to.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
He rides a unicorn, too.
What a
He
fucking...
did bring the unicorn.
No, he probably does. It's probably just invisible.
I can't remember if we took levels in Paladin and that's how it happened. I can't remember.
What, seeing him?
No, that he summoned Steed and it's a unicorn.
He could also just have, like, a ring of some magic bullshit, too.
I recall the legend goes he just walked up to the unicorn and was like, hey, you want to be my pal? And the unicorn's like, yes.
Kind of like me and Bozamar.
Well...
I will neither confirm nor deny what this Dritz is able to do, because you have not seen him in combat yet. But that is the individual, so I'm just gonna roll this. I'm not gonna go lift their sheets up because it would drive me insane going for everyone's sheets.
God, with the way they make him as a character, I can
Is this
imagine
a
him
very-
being like rounded up a room full of animals, including dragons and stuff, and said, "I need a mighty steed worthy of me."
He
Well,
sounds
you
like
know
just
what?
a Mary Sue character with Gygax going nuts on his...
Kind of is.
He
But
was
anyway.
Deadpool, actually.
Oh,
But,
really? Okay, that's definitely Mary.
The guy it was like told you need to add a dark elf with its complete flip of what dark elves are, and he's like, "Why do I need to do this?" And then suddenly it's like, "Ah, crap! I hate this character. Now I have to write 50 billion books about him."
But
Oh,
anyway,
what a mood.
so Tyrion, as you asked this question, Vestio and Darwin have absolutely no idea who you're talking about, but even though they have met said person on their way out, it's actually Nakali who has the flash of notice, so like, how come I didn't notice him when I know who you speak of. His legend is very well known in my tribes.
That's perfect. I would offer you double the price of your usual adventures to just find the man and let him know that there is a new type of dragon out there.
Oh no!
Well, I'm gonna roll this
And
one.
if he wants more information, he can come and find us.
I'm gonna roll this for her.
Oh no!
I see. We're not sicking him on the dragon, are we? I don't think he alone will be able to.
Exactly. That's why I am asking for his aid in the easiest way to coax an adventurer is to making him feel like the one who's going to be taking all the credits, when it will actually be us who will be benefiting most from it. Having his aid in fighting a orichalcum dragon seems like the best use of his time.
Darwin hears this and he immediately comes up to you, Tyrion. Wait, did I hear this right? A dragon made of orichalcum.
Oh, there we go. Guess that'll answer Cinder's question very fast.
Well, Cinder, you definitely hear the dwarf Darwin shout out, or I say it really loud, actually. You know what? Kermit, roll me a D100.
Oh no. Fucking Kermit's gonna get fucking flavor blasted.
No,
Hell yeah.
throw something else. Okay, the voice protruded enough that most of the people in the tavern heard it. They're all looking, but they're not going to get involved with it. They're just staring in that direction. But
I can imagine
Tyrion,
anything involving us, they just all turn away.
especially when they see
really.
Kermit. That's why I have to roll for because Darwin said it, but he's in proximity of Kermit, so. They
Wait,
didn't-
what did he say? Sorry, I was
So-
talking to my girlfriend.
Yeah, so Tyrion said orichalcum dragon. Darwin, who in the previous sessions before you joined in, is a researcher and looks for orichalcum stuff to work with, but he heard orichalcum dragon, so he said it out loud, so as he passes by you, everyone else, or at least a good number of the people in the tavern, the inn, heard it. But they look, and they look at you, and they look away.
Oh, okay.
You're literally our deterrent for the weird shit because people don't like you.
That's-
Good.
That's why I had you roll the D100 to see how much they're going to believe and how much they're not. And you rolled high, so well, it was a 40% chance or lower they're going to really pay attention and get nosy about it. But no, they did it. So yeah, Tyrion Darwin's really close. You can see the obvious dwarven greed in the eyes. A dragon made of orichalcum? Or is
Oh,
it?
and don't get too excited. It's at least an ancient.
But it has, well, so, is it a construct, or maybe its scales are orichalcum? That's, it's unheard of.
Yes. That's why I want to tease the legendary hero that we have more information about it. And he will seek us out.
Hmm.
But it is much too big of a task for the three of you, and I would not ask you to go throw your lives away.
Knuckly, kind of tapping her fingers on the table. Unless the dragon is actually harming people, I don't know if Dritz would be interested in it, but considering what your other companion, she gestures her finger toward the direction of Sindra and Arizel, mention of the criminal organization that Investio and I have been somewhat involved with somehow. Maybe direct his attention to them.
Well, after we deal with a certain false primal, that's where we'll be heading, so Sounds like two birds, one stone.
And to kill that giant.
The Bestial pops in on that. Yeah, I heard there was a jungle giant roaming around.
We'll be dealing with that as well.
There's a jungle giant? You're sure you're not referring to the primal that just got eviscerated?
No.
Stand on two legs, big giant club thing. Yeah, I didn't want to fight with it.
Great.
Have you heard of any mimics?
No.
Preferably a beautiful female mimic.
Please just tell them no.
They all just look very confused with Vestial leaning in the direction of Oberina. Mimics come in females?
Don't even fucking ask. This is a long story that I don't want to get involved with. Apparently Kermit had a ex-wife and apparently tadpole.
Not apparently. This is real.
I'm going, if it's real, God bless everyone that comes into contact with whatever children have.
Her name is Anna. And she is my ex-wife.
I hate that it's getting fleshed out.
Cinder, you're hearing this. You're hearing this loud and clear.
Or no, Cinder wants to come back to that conversation.
I almost want to ask why they are now considered ex-spouses. But I also don't want to feed into this bullshit.
She turned me into a vampire.
That's not how that fucking works.
That's not how that works, and no, I don't believe it.
Cinder and Arizel, you can see Boreos with his good hand pulls out a small bit of paper and a charcoal. He starts writing down what looks to be like lyrics of a song.
Yes, I love the one about my ex-mimic wife song. It was my favorite among the parts. God.
And Boros kind of just says it in the use of any of you can speak Goblin or one of his other languages he's using. This could sound like a good joke song for the tavern to have.
My life is not a joke.
Thank God it's in Goblin. You can't hear that.
Oh yeah. Damn it. I'm being exploited.
He's a bar. He's gonna do what he needs to do.
Meanwhile, the other bards is here being depressed. Anyway, back to what Terranon was saying. Should we concern ourselves with the jungle giant? Or do you think the walls will hold with everyone that's at least here?
The jungle giant is not a concern of safety for the Emerald Star. The jungle giant is for... his eyes are just going to scan over to Doc. Other reasons.
Kermit,
I just don't...
wisdom saving throw, please, Kermit, as you're all looking at Doc.
I just don't want to go through another giant hunt while we have some other clearer objectives with something we
It's
don't know how to.
directly in our path, either on the way there or back.
A jungle giant. A worthy foe. If he does not submit, then slay it.
Can we hear that or no?
Yes.
Oh. Okay, Kermit's sword now talks. That's cool.
I told you he talks.
We've heard him once before.
I don't think we have, or at least Oberina had. Trying to remember.
Now you know why I
The
kissed
lava
him.
cave.
It might have been. I'm trying to remember because he was too far back and Oberina was all the way. Or yeah, because he was up.
Yeah,
front.
no, I'm pretty sure it has. I'm pretty sure he has. He's only talked once. That you all heard.
And I think it was during the primal fight when it spoke up and said that it was hungry.
Yes, it was not. It was also not worthy.
Yeah.
Imagine thinking a primal's not worthy. What a
Because-
fucking G.
because it wasn't an actual giant. It wasn't.
I
The
know.
it wasn't the Titan blood. But,
Alright.
And then it did speak in the dream. Escape.
Oh,
No, it didn't. It didn't. Never mind.
No, we saw its actual owner.
Uh-huh.
you saw his former
so
owner.
let me rephrase that. Tyrannin and Mavis saw its actual owner. We did not.
Yeah. I was not there. I forgot about that. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, because we got split up and Cinder, you and I ended up meeting Oberon and the Void Hydra.
Yeah.
All right.
Alright.
Maybe now you'll believe me about everything else.
No. Not
I
until
really
I
don't
actually...
think Kermit has ever actually lied to us.
Oh, I understand that. I just don't want to believe it. There's a difference. I don't think he's capable of lying just because he says everything that comes to his mind,
I've also been hearing voices.
which terrifies me.
Speaking of voices, you have a new voice in your head, Kermit, as you're wearing that new helmet, right?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Even more voices.
Yeah, so all of you that, this is something I didn't share immediately, but everyone present, because Kermit had been working diligently on this, he has a new helmet.
Yep.
You flamed that fast.
Yeah. I mostly sucked the meat pieces off of it, but what I couldn't, I had to cure.
I'm gonna go stand next to Oberina. Can't. Excuse me, pardon me. Like,
I'm glad that
I
you...
can't.
I'm glad.
The entire party is all on the other side of the table.
No, correction. Tyrannin is not, because this is normal for fucking Tyrannin. This is
I
not
haven't
normal for the
moved.
elves.
I was
Yeah.
just here first.
We just slowly keep moving away from Kermit.
Yeah, no, Tyrannic thinks this is just completely normal.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. It's like... It makes sense, too, that he would.
Yeah. I'm going to, since we now are discussing,
Yes, you are disgusting, Nick.
And disgusting, don't forget.
some more complex plans, I'm going to kind of pipe up. Syndra, are you done leaving us out of your conversations? And would you like to join us?
Just a second, I need an answer from Miser on something.
Yeah, I'm just getting something here.
Hold on, processing. Processing.
Why are you going slower than molasses for me?
Eat it up.
Not up.
Yeah, if I start doing that, I'm going to start destroying the machine.
Oh yeah. For some reason, my lights around my fans have stopped being rainbow and just went pure white. And I don't know why.
You're...
Okay. So
Yeah.
That.
Dragon Send, or the Layer Rig for MSI will do that every now and then.
Okay, so you have knowledge of only the first thing, but you don't know if it's myth or real. You just, from one of your grandsire's books, which again is on a small footnote, it is mentioned, but there's a bunch of question marks if it really exists. As for the second one, you did not roll. You were very close, so you know what? I'll give it to you as well. You have another mention, but it's not by name. It's just a possibility of what existed before.
Okay, the reason I ask is because we did read the Book of the World, so...
Yes. That's why I'm also giving that as well, because there is that question of what came before, but you do not know the name of said existence. And then, of course, you do hear Tyrion calling you over to join up, and almost everybody on that side are over knowing you.
Okay, as you guys do that, Cinder does. She's kind of flips you off, but at the same time, she's standing up to move over. And then all of a sudden, she just kind of stops. And there gets that look of like, wait a minute. That would be the only way to do it. That's the only sensible way. Which is also the reason why that failed. So how is he doing it? Unless...
God, she's monologuing again.
Oh, Marina, you're in my chat. Also, maybe
I'm not
I need
getting
to check reading your book, but I just had a thought. Going over my head, everything. There's something I've been overlooking. Who else was there when we read the Book of the World?
This party, basically. Or, specifically, it was you, Oberina.
Me, definitely.
No, I was also there. No, Jeebus, you were with Arizel, but you wanted to...
I am the one who asked for the Book of the World.
Oh, okay. I'm trying to remember. Did you come back and read it afterwards, though? Because I remember, I think we looked at it again. Because we looked at it twice. Because it was me, Mavis, and
I
Sindra.
couldn't do it because I was the one distracting Ominence
Yeah.
with his space walk.
Yes.
Okay.
Tyrion and Arizel were they basically had ominous. They played on his arrogance to show off, and Oberina and Sindra were the ones reading the book.
But I did make sure, I do remember asking Sindra to tell me what she read on the second page as well.
Yes. We'll go with
So I
that.
can its memory, so I
So
can tell
technically, it's only you and myself and whatever you told Tyrion.
Alright. Do you remember in the Book of the World? It was near the end. It was in specific terms to some other created being during the Tearfall.
Let me open the fucking handout of the book.
I think Mice deleted it.
No, I
Did
didn't.
he?
Hold on. It's here. I'm just gotta.
Oh, companies.
Or at least took it away from us.
No, it's there. It's just it's in nobility in the book of, which is a very large textbook thing. But
You're referring to which one specifically, Moogle? The just so I know before I repeat it.
Just let me check real quick here where it's at.
Because I don't want to say something wrong and then just completely misunderstand this.
Does this cover the Tearfall?
it does not actually. That's going to be something you as Sindra would pick up. I'll give that to you.
Yeah. So you're gonna have to go on the.
Yeah, so it's going to be a no.
I don't know what you're talking about.
That's my
But-
problem. That's my problem. Because unless we are in an entirely different universe, so far divorced from the one we did, there should have been a section in there about the Tearfall where AO fought basically would be the equivalency of a third one of them. Rumor had it was going to eat Faerun or Toriel.
Oh.
But the key thing in that is during the Tearfall and things like that, and shortly after, AO created the Tablets of Fate, which explicitly dictated which gods and primordials get to do what outside of AO, and of course, no. it also defines all the abilities, powers, and things that can happen. Which is why Costas kind of failed, because he went against something that was written by a creator, not by a god. He was kind of destined to fail. But I just had a weird thought. And it would explain the Ed problem.
Go on.
Ed could, in theory, be a disempowered god. Well, there was a stage where Asgaroth, just to prove how fucking amazing he was, destroyed the original tablets and then recreated them later. Because it created an age of chaos. Because, you know, when you've got a bunch of gods who think they're gods and they decide to start pissing on each other's lawns, it becomes a problem, right?
Usually.
So that is the one hiccup in time. But here's where the thing gets to the weird part. Because we're 90% sure Ed's not a dragon, right?
I hope not. Well, otherwise it'd be... wouldn't it be pretty normal to be using dragon carcasses to kind of prove you're better than another dragon can turn it?
Well,
Mavis, can you roll me intelligence saving throw, please?
Oh no.
Oh, yeah, sure.
You passed, but you do feel... You have Akra's sword with you, right?
I do.
May I ask, how do you wear it or keep it stowed away?
Because it's so big, I'm gonna assume, like, on my back.
Okay. So, with your intelligence saving throw, you feel a sense of rage coming from the sword itself. And
Okay.
you made the intelligence saving throw, so you are not afflicted by rage.
Okay.
I think I know why I did that. I hate that did. But, what are you getting at then, Indra? To kind of bring this all to a head.
There was a theory in Candlekeep that, again, it's this other third god, creator. Theoretically, in the same way that dragons are from, well, the standard dragons are from Ao being torn apart, cut up. Because in the original thing, that was when dragons seeded Toriel, was during the initial fight with this god, this creator. Supposedly Ao did something to keep all of it from never coming back. Because apparently, you know, the creator gods would be immortal. You know, because they exist and if they don't exist, they automatically re-exist or something. So primordial bullshit. But theoretically, some of the, she does air quotes, blood or whatever, fell deep into the world of Toriel and was responsible for things like mind flayers. Entirely theoretical, right? Except aberrations still exist, like yourself. So if you were a part of something like that, and you had gained power of something like that in a significant way, that would mean you will have the power of a creator, which would allow you to work outside of the situation that a creator god sets in place as the rules of the universe, right?
Usually. Miser, I have a question.
I may have answer.
The Oberina was said to have only been here in one timeline, correct?
As far as you understood, yes.
Okay. This is something. Keep me on mind right now.
You're referring to the dream part where they said, why'd you come back?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of it, especially like now in context of this. Because this world obviously has rules, but there's...
As far as you do know, with absolute certainty, is that you had been here before. How many times, you do not know, but there was at least, perhaps minimum, an instance where you were gone, and that you returning gave you that dream.
Okay. I can't recall anything of while I was here now, as far as I can tell.
But you had done a few things that were outside of the rules of this land.
Yeah. Here is a... Would the end count as some sort of aberration that could, say, bend the rules or such as a creator? Considering it seems timeless.
As my understanding would be, a creator would be the only thing that could supersede the rules because of their ability.
If that were true, then why isn't Ed hunting us down to try to prevent this creature from superseding him? If he is doing what you say he's doing.
He needs us to become more powerful so he can use us as fucking batteries.
Actually, I don't think that's the case at all. Theoretically, it is. But it also would be an easy thing to negate by simply killing ourselves.
Well, we were at least told that killing me won't get rid of the problem of the end, and it will just be transferred to someone else. If anything, it'd be smarter for Ed to just keep tabs on us and make sure we're not messing with too much of his plans.
What are you rolling intelligence for?
Oh, this is Rosindra to try and think of something.
Okay.
There is something I hadn't thought about. And it would make a lot more sense in the weird scenario of things, but also not make any sense at all.
Go on.
I don't even know if I want to say this out loud, to be honest.
Yeah, we've probably heard dumber before, unless it's that bad.
No, it's not like anything coming out of Comet's mouth. I mean, I'm just actually thinking about it is like...
Both Darwin and Helena immediately say at the same time, you're not going to call upon something that will smite us, would it?
Oh, God, I hope not.
No. Though I am impressed by the lack of fiendish intervention we've come across. That being said, what if Ed I feel like we would know this by now. I mean, that's how preposterous this is in my head, but it is one of the very few things that makes a weird amount of sense.
Are you just going to talk around yourself, or are you going to say it?
What if Ed is AO?
Oh shit, I laughed.
Well, alright, back up. Fucking, why do you think he's the creator god of the world?
No, not the creator god. He is a part.
So like a, what
Get
are they
back to my
called?
theory of dragons.
So you think that Ed may be an avatar of Hale?
Yes. Or
Why?
some... Well, hear me out. As we know from the Tear Falls and the various things, each dragon that came from Ao represents something. You can pretty much directly link it to some part of Ao's consciousness, right? Or will. Like, red dragons are Ao's rage and overprotective need to covet things, right?
Usually.
What if there was a part that fell apart, came, and it was some part of the subconscious, some innate primal need? You fucked up part of his mind.
The only thing I could think that would even come close to fucking up a creator's god's mind are two things. Either
Except, unless that's the case. There was an obsidian dragon that came from him.
I will step
Oh.
in. I will step in for a couple of things. Just a quick history reminder for the individuals. The first one is for Syndra and Tyrannин. You both remember when you encountered your first encounter with Null, what he was doing, and I believe it was also Syndra, Tyrannin, and I think it was, I don't remember exactly, but Oberina and Arizel may have heard of the fact that Null chooses not to do something to this land because he can't.
this actually brings up a weird point now that I think about
that's right.
this.
It was from Yabala.
There's another thing I'd also like to bring to head since we're going down this rabbit hole. Remember when we had helped Binge and reconcile with the gods? That I had asked them if the same empathy energy that I give off is what that was, and they were fearful when I had showed them, almost like it was. Which would make sense, considering the end is probably a creator god, same as Ed, if it were to be true.
Unless it's not. The Tablets of Fate outline certain gods and primals. The Titan of the End could still be nothing more than a primal. But it might be a primal that can only be under the command of the Creator. We have no idea what's actually outlined on the tablets.
And I'm assuming they're not just something you can buy at your regular supermarket.
Well, they can be.
Why do you have this need for Ed to be something greater than a crazy wizard?
Because I need to figure out how he's able to do things. A crazy wizard. Well, if that was the case, then Mordekainen probably would have blown the fucking universe apart as some shit.
I thought he did.
Hasn't he?
Like 3 times.
No, actually, I believe Mistra stopped that, but... Okay, if he was just a super powerful wizard, Karsus would have been able to do things, because Karsus was at a time when wizardry and power was outclassed by... was the power of gods, okay?
Yes, and we've already learned that he's using powers Karsus initially began and failed at.
Yes. Because the tablets likely would have continued to stop the whole thing. It's why Mistral became Mistra. Because the tablets define that a god shall exist in that way. They outlined the way. Okay. She picks up something off the table. The tablets basically outline why this falls. That level of thing. Can a wizard change that? Yes. Can a wizard change it a little bit? Yes. A wizard... But that's the thing, it's still a law for everything else. But a super powerful wizard, yes, could do something crazy with this thing. But it's not everyone.
Arizel, can you roll me a D100? Oh, she's BRB. Whoops. I'll wait until she's back.
But I have a thought. Very cyclic scenario, because I was thinking isolation from each of them. But what if there are two species of obsidian dragon?
I mean, that's a rabbit hole. I wouldn't even have any information about them. But the first two points at you and Tiernan.
Do you remember the story of Sirdas?
As a player, or as a character, do I, Mauser?
As a character, Obrina, you weren't really too much in depth with gem dragons.
Dragon? Yeah. So, that's why I wanted to make sure, because I know she's not a huge, draconic lord, despite knowing some draconic.
No, and Tyrion would know, because his mother happens to be a sapphire dragon. Though again, it's mostly along the lines of she betrayed Saradon. I mean, Saladon.
Ardor?
Yeah, Sardor, thank you.
Mordor.
And he punished her and banished her and all obsidian dragons from his domain. Thus,
Yes, the obsidian betrayer.
Let me ask you a question. If there were two species of obsidian, almost indistinguishable, but one came from Ao, and the rest came from Null.
What would that matter?
What if Ed is Sirdas? What, again, this is that weird complexity that we talked about. What is so bad in the universe that one dragon decides to eliminate the entirety of another? Just tries to erase them from existence. Because we never know, we've never heard of Sirdas' crimes, we've never heard of Sirdas' why. What if Sirdas is Ed? Or Ed is...
We kill Sirdas.
I mean, it makes weird amount of sense. What if Sirdas actually wasn't destroyed and just pulled some of Ed's time jump bullshit through the paradoxes?
But then why make multiple copies of yourself over multiple times?
And how does this help us get to our end goal?
Because it explains the rules.
I'm kind of with Tyrion on this. Understanding the rules doesn't seem to matter, considering we're still messing with some, considering we just saw what we did prior.
Indra, you are very into these complex, super strange rules, and I'm sure wizards have a lot of them. My base rules are if you stab something enough times, it'll die.
Alright, allow me to ask you this question. What if the rules of the universe say that's not going to work?
Well, then I'll try a different plan.
That's the point I'm trying to get to. Once we understand the rules and where things lie within the rules, then we can win. At this point, we're playing a game where the only thing we know is we need to survive till the fucking alignment, right?
Yes.
Mostly.
As far as we're doing, we're just bumblefucking around, trying to solve problems that may or may not actually mean anything while trying to feel around in the dark to figure out where the fuck we're supposed to be doing.
No, what we're doing is currently getting power.
But what if that
You
doesn't do
told that duel, if it happened instantly instead of in 2 months, I would have died.
Yes,
What we're
clearly.
doing is working on ourselves, gaining more power, so we can kill this bastard and go the fuck home.
I'm curious, Helena Popson. From my understanding, are you initiating or suggesting that the wizard, Ed, that's been messing with me, Bozamar, and pretty much all of us who have a particular amount of soul or whatnot, he is purposely rewriting reality to fit what he wants in a way that he will always win.
So we're just his playthings?
Okay. Basically, theoretically, we, or the universe, has been playing chess game after chess game after chess game with Ed. Ed has equivocally won and lost multiple times, just as everyone who has played against him has won and lost countless times. The problem is each game has to be unique. We're getting down to the problem is there are no more unique kings. We're down to the last iteration, and Ed has somehow gained the ability to more or less figure out how to win it. But that's because we don't know how to play it. We don't have the same knowledge as Ed does.
But why would we need the same knowledge as Ed does? Would that not make us much better than him?
Predictable.
Exactly. We have
There's no way I can gain the same knowledge he has. He's had millennia. And apparently every time we reset, I forget everything.
There's no way he can predict what I'm going to do next.
There is a way.
You also have to consider we have anomalies outside of this game that are different from many others. Myself, Kermit, Mavis' book, things that shouldn't be necessarily in play that we have over him. Just outthinking a man that knows where every play that could be made generally is less of a smart approach and more of an easier way to slowly drive oneself into insanity rather than try to actually win.
Maybe that's why he's such a crazy wizard.
Would make sense.
He's seen the end. He's seen every game and every move. That would drive me crazy too.
I think he may have actually seen the actual end. We're going to get into that.
It's because in Dragon Chess, with the Grand Masters, they've memorized every set of possible things and outcomes to go. It's still a matter of determining which one your opponent is going to do. If it was as simple as it really came down to, Ed knew everything, every chance. There wasn't just some randomality of random chance. Ed would just have to sit back and wait for us to get into the alignment. He wouldn't have fucked with any of us. He wouldn't have done anything. There wouldn't be any need to, because it would never mattered.
To be fair, if we're going to get into it, Ed never fucked with us directly. We got in the way of his things.
Fuck you.
I mean it in the sense of
There is no
not in this
reason.
land, not like I know what she's saying. Sorry, and I'll explain this. I don't mean in the terms of this, but in this land for the most part, Ed hasn't directly contact outside of you getting here. He hasn't Has he not? Because most of the Red Knight stuff and was just hunting for stuff that we had.
You had a conversation with him.
Didn't he send the slots?
Overrated wasn't there for that.
Yeah, no, that's why Tyrion went,
Didn't he send the slots to kill my tribe, too?
Yeah, that was, again, outside of... I'm
Okay.
referring to in this land specifically.
Oh.
He gets on a boat. He spends money. He's apparently a great wizard, but why the fuck did he fake all the money in the first place? So he does that, comes across, ensures that we're right in the path of Namare, and kills 90% of my crew.
Not,
There is nothing outside of that says Ed didn't choose to fuck with me. Ed hasn't had to fuck with us in this land. Except for, I don't know, sending armies of armors after us.
Kidnapping?
So, let me ask you this,
Doing
Myther,
something
because
to
Sabrina's similar.
Just literally a week ago, we had to go chase after her.
Wait, who's asking the question now?
Ed, when we were coming onto the ship, we weren't in the Wildlands yet, were we?
For
When he
Sabrina,
fucked up.
for Sabrina's
When he-
case, you guys were not in the Wildlands just yet, but Ed did pay a visit to... Well,
Yeah, I remember that because she stole the dwarf that
the gnome, yeah.
Kieran was talking to your
No.
gnome, but... Sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry, what were you saying, Kieran? I'm thinking of something.
but,
We were in that manner that, well, it was before you showed up, but, Ezria and I had a direct conversation with them along with, an old paladin that sold his life to me and promptly fucked off.
Isn't that when...
excuse me.
That's right, Ed actually interacted with Adria.
Yes, and he did something magical. I was about to get to him before he... I can only say stopped time. Because my blades were inches from his throat before I ended up crashing into the wall. And I noticed he stole a small rock from inside of Adria's chest.
Also,
So Ed has fucked with every single one of us.
Yes, and that's why we're all here.
So does that mean we've been here before?
Yeah, I have. I'm not sure about... I know for a fact me and Syndra have several times, and I know that I've been here the longest.
The only thing I know is I was here. Don't remember I was freed and came back. But don't remember what had happened while I was here.
Also, I'm going to cut in for a brief second. Tyrion, do you remember the language that Ed was using when he stopped time?
It was draconic.
Perfect. Because that definitely was a key thing you remembered.
I don't know how much this will mean to you, Syndra. Not really know, but his magic spells are in draconic.
Was it draconic?
Everything, because Draconic is the language of magic.
I look at Helena.
Why do you think I picked up Draconic so quickly?
It adds yes, although depending on the dialect as well, could also give it a shift in power, or at least shows the alignment.
Which dialect did Ed use, then?
That I need Tyrion to roll me a history.
Okay.
Come on. I'll give you bardic inspiration.
I'll grant it.
Okay.
I'll give you my moral support.
I don't know how much that'll help. You can roll. You want me to roll the d10 or do you
Yes.
want to roll it? Okay. I was asking Jeebus, but I'll roll it for him. 21.
21. Let's go look at something here. Yes. Yes. Alright. Tyrion, you would definitely recognize the dialect, which it is definitely odd for you. It's close to that of a gem dragon, but it's not at the same time. It sounds a bit more of a distorted version of what your sister uses for spells at times, or even your mother.
It was a distorted dialect of the gem draconic.
Maybe Bozamar knows.
Oh god,
Something.
It wasn't there.
No, I mean, maybe he knows something.
I mean, if you can repeat the phrase for me, I could maybe pick it up. But I never met this individual in person, or rather, I never noticed the spells he used. So, looks forward to Helena. Granted, my situation went horrible because you and your people decided to not accept my guidance. And
Oh my
you,
god.
and you just all see Helena, despite her small size, just holds up a middle finger. But middle finger is starting to turn into a guiding bolt as she just says, yes, fuck your guidance. You can have a guidance bolt.
Alright, let's not kill each other over a meal.
Alright, and then... this might hurt. Syndra kind of just closes her eyes for a moment. And Miser... The arm thing is one thing, but now she's gonna try and let it take over a little more. With the obsidian side.
Constitution saving throw, please.
And I'll give her Bardic Inspiration as well. Might as well. I'll roll it.
That's 11.
I will allow it. I'll grant it.
18. Or
It's a
19. Sorry, I forgot the +1.
Yeah. So the 19. Okay. I'm gonna roll this D100. Alright. It feels uncomfortable, Syndra. You passed the saving throw. Man, that part of inspiration is saving you. So, you feel the immense pain as you do feel and all of you do see it, that the scales start to slowly etch upward more and more. In fact, it starts to slowly present itself on Syndra's chest and neck a little bit more now. What do you plan to do with this change of effect on you, Syndra, as you feel the scales start to pop one after another, removing the drow skin that you have and converting it into the more slick obsidian scales?
Well, knowing that it's like on her throat and such.
Oh, you feel it. You
And
resist
yeah,
the urge
that's
to
what-
scratch your throat.
Yeah, the knowing. She just kind of turns to Tyrion and Draconic. Did it sound like this?
Both you roll me a D100, Tyrion and Syndra.
Damn.
It sounds almost similar. The difference is that, if Tyrion can put a word for it, is the purity of it. If Syndra has more of a actual true purity of a dragon, Ed's was more of a distorted, dirtier version, if I could put it in the most bluntest way possible.
You still have your Melvin and Common sneaking in. His was darker.
And I guess to put it on the meta way speaking, it would be if you can hear Syndra on a clearer speaker while Ed's is more on a radio, an old-fashioned radio you need to keep adjusting the antenna for.
Oh, so Ed's was actually like weirder. Okay.
Yes, his is more. That's what I was trying to get to. Is like it's a lot more distorted.
His seemed manipulated, possibly by his magics. Yours is a spoken language. His was a projected language.
With this, she just kind of, let me see what I got. That should be okay. Well, this should be a long enough spell to see if it works, or if it changes the sound. And she will burn a 5th level spell slot to cast Bigby's Hand, since it has a verbal component.
Did I give you a Bigby's Hand to work with? I feel like I didn't.
Oh, her Bixby's Hand's like skeletal dragon claw.
It's more like Bigby's claw.
Well, just for safety sake of my speed and presenting items and such on the board, I'll just throw that there. There we go.
Yeah, the blacklight hand. The worst kind of hand.
But it's mostly just to see if the, using Draconic in a spell state changes it.
Yep, so, everyone who knows Draconic, and I guess this also includes Bozamar, can roll me intelligence, except for Syndra, because you're the one speaking.
Oh boy, I got a +2. Just straight intelligence.
Yes.
Alright, let's
Check
go.
out some of my sheet, one sec.
Oh, holy shit. Wow, holy shit.
Okay.
Good job, team. Of course the person that understands how vocal ranges work. We're also fucking 22 on this.
Freaking Bard. Ranger.
Well,
The people that use calls and
I do feel like what I should have also said that Tyrannus should have an advantage because he's also part gem. Bolzamar, no, I'm not giving him any chance of that because he's a metallic dragon. He doesn't use it.
There.
Nice.
Okay.
That's
There
3
we go.
23s. That's
Alright.
funny.
Alright. So we're first going to go with going in ascending. So Bolzamar just immediately goes, that is the most strangest yodeling I've ever heard. Unfortunately, Kermit, you're still...
Bigby's Hand just slowly turns and flips him off.
Unfortunately, Kermit, you're in a slight agreement. You're new to Draconic language, so...
And it's my teacher, so...
Yeah. But now, going with Tyrannin and Oberina, as I have something different for the critical success that Mavis got. So Tyrannin, it does sound something similar to a gem dragon, but again, you never heard of a obsidian dragon speak spells and the like. Heck, even your mother doesn't really talk much about them. Even though by law and order of all the gem dragons, the Thanes, they're supposed to destroy them, her approach toward them was very indifferent, but for the most part it was the out of sight, out of mind, not deal with them. Oberina, for you as a bard, and your encounter with a white dragon in your situation, a few others, it does sound more clearer like a dragon. It doesn't sound anything close to any of the chromatics that you've encountered. As for the one silver dragon, you do not know for certain because you haven't met any other metallics.
Yeah.
But it does lean in something in between the two. As for Mavis, you had actually heard something similar to this, but it wasn't from a dragon. Can you roll me a history at advantage?
Also give you bardic inspiration because I think it'd be funny.
I will not allow this one because this one's a little bit different. She's recollecting an old memory.
Okie dokie.
But the 16s that pass, you remember this when a certain memory of your past, or rather a dream, a nightmare that you went through, when a certain black mage turned your body into steel. And you were remembering what happened to your dear parents and adopted mother.
He's thinking.
Are you alright, Mavis? You seem a little bit perplexed.
Just a memory.
Anything bad?
Give me a minute.
If you want, I can bring you back to the very same map.
No, you're good. I'm just
I
trying
don't
to
need her.
figure out how to... Hold on. Words. We can confirm then, I guess, that it was indeed Ed. I've heard that before in my earliest memory. When my parents, well, when they were killed.
I'd like to at least bring something out on mind, though it's been a bit, that when we had read Mavis's book, since it is similar, that the book had linked Syndra and Ed together. I'm going to put that out there for a minute, in case people had forgotten considering. Now, to what that link entails exactly, that's still up in the air at the moment. But didn't also that, sign person when we were walking mention that he was with a male version of Syndra? That was angry all the time?
Yes, also the timeline of me. The same as what Shroud said to Tyrion. All the other iterations that either weren't feasible, or sounded exactly like me, but the opposite. Look, I'll admit, I'm a sadistic bitch. But from the sounds of it, even that one was just a complete asshole. Backstabbed everybody in the group.
Does that not sound like what supposedly Edward had done?
That's also a timeline difference.
Well,
I'm also 90% sure there's pieces of me inside a shroud.
There's pieces of all of us inside of the shroud. You just took my form because there's a majority of draconic in all of us.
Well, that you're the most angsty of all of us, but you know.
And he has most likely a majority of my versions inside of him. Because I've been in this loop the longest. And he's going to point to the sign on his forehead.
Miser.
Yes.
It is going to be a stretch considering I'm going to kind of stretch some boundaries on stuff to test something. But, can I try to recall a memory if I had ever, of a timeline difference of if I had ever seen it? Or Syndra or Kieran or literally anyone else that isn't this specific loop.
I like where you're going with this. I'm a little worried.
Now,
I'm a little worried
Yeah.
on that as it is a bit of as the meta speaking, it's going to be a very interesting way to roll this. But yes, go ahead. Well, first, I need you to roll me a history, and then I want you to roll me a 100.
wow.
Okay.
I don't have anything. Hold on. Wait. And the one time I would love an advantage.
You don't have reliable yet?
Reliable's for rogues, not for bards. Or it's for, I know what you're talking about, but that's
Jagger
for
trades.
rogues. I'm proficient at. Wait, hold on. Also, bards can't use bardic inspiration on themselves outside of College of Valor, or one of the colleges, sadly.
Yeah.
Actually, here's a weirder thing to look for advantage, because technically Ocarina would have had this, and this is a bit meta fishing, but I'll kind of leave it up to you. She has her notebook that she technically carried along with her and wrote any notes on. Maybe she's looking through her pages of hers in case there's anything that might have been magically hidden, because she does have Identify. And I'm not referring to the book that she had, The Timeless King, but rather her own personal notebook. I'll leave that up to you.
Alright. Roll me the D100.
That's 8.
Okay. As a DM, I am slightly regretting that. But I will go with the dice rolls. So give me a moment.
In a good way or a bad way for the player?
Yes.
I guess I'll see. Yeah.
I'm just looking at my notes I do have to use.
Time for Miser to think. While we're theory crafting.
Right. Because 1 to... Okay, 1 to 15 was with the cult. Alright. Well. Okay. Then you chose to make a few adjustments on the map. Which I thought I wasn't going to have to use for a very long while. Or ever.
This is what happens when Oberina starts. Syndra pushed it, and I'm like, well, I want to think of something, because Kieran said he's the oldest. And that was correct when Oberina wasn't in the party. And technically she jumped ship and then came back, so that might also skew that a little. I have a feeling I know where this is going, and I'm gonna hate if it is.
So, here's a question, Oberina.
I may have an answer.
I know. This is a DM fishing for more information on Oberina's background, or at least what she did on her normal days. Besides playing your music and feeding off on the negative energies of those around you at times, do you remember the one that became very dependent on your energy drained?
It probably would have been a close friend of her father's. Probably a younger dwarven miner that usually kind of got fucked over a lot by snow and yetis and was constantly drinking at a bar. I don't have an exact name, but it was probably that individual would often come up to her, and it became a little bit scary to the point where Oberina had considering kind of leaving.
Were you sure it was a mining situation that drove that dwarf into madness?
I don't know. Was it? That's what she remembers.
Or only a history at advantage?
Alright, give me 1 sec. 25.
Okay. I'll make a quick change of the map then. Fix this here. So, quickly going back onto the story thing. You vaguely remember, and we're going to do a quick move to the past thing. Because I almost missed it. Here you are.
Oh my god.
As you vaguely remember of the dwarf merchant who was actually very annoyed, because you were right, he was annoyed by situations at the mines, because a lot of his workers were constantly babbling about strange monstrosities and unspeakable horrors, but also the fact that some cults seem to have been making frequent visits there and causing trouble. Oh, she's not here.
I mean, there are adventurous guilds around and people that come into the docks from time to time. I could give it a cursory glance, but I don't know how much one bard would be able to do. Supposedly the cults. Sure, they have probably the gift of gab and other words, but I could sing them a song. He says kind of in a joking manner.
The dwarf, and you vaguely remember his name. It's at the tip of your tongue. But he just adds, it's just aggravating because all my men either be disappearing or running off into the four corners or even out into the frozen wastes. All of them are those...
Sorry, go ahead.
What were you going to do exactly, if I may ask?
She's just going to add, could you blame them though? This place, for all intents and purposes, is a shithole. It's nice for the people that live here and try to survive, but there are better options. Sure, you can make easy money, but maybe even some of the workers' conditions.
Alberina, can you roll me a perception at advantage?
Sure. But to kind of continue on while I'm rolling them, even some of the worker conditions, from what I've been hearing, aren't incredibly great, especially some of the cold and horridness of this world. Fuck.
So, as you are, this is still during your time when you did not realize why this guy had so much negative energy, and what you really realize was that now, as you think about it, he's followed by the very ghosts and the dead of his workers, which he accuses them all for leaving or running away. But you get a better look at them. They look distorted. And a lot of them have what looks to be like stab wounds around the heart.
Here, question, is this a flashback or is
Yes,
she aware?
It's just her memory.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure before I hired metagamed her.
Yeah, so...
You know, I may actually want to take an interest look in this mine, just to save my curiosity, if you wouldn't mind. I may need a guide or two, if you wouldn't mind coming down.
Very well. I'll come along with, and he looks over to a particular person that you know all too well.
Yes.
I'll pay you triple to come along with.
Valid if you want to voice him, if you remember.
I will be glad to. How
Great.
much will you pay me?
Pay him like 1 gold, I think he'll do it.
10 gold.
I will take 10,000 gold.
He'll take 2 gold.
I will take 2 gold.
Good.
3 gold. Fine. Deal.
This man's an idiot. I'm glad nobody had to deal with the dumb people.
With that, Aubrey, I need you to roll me now an intelligence saving throw as you attempt to remember this, what goes on after.
Okay, you said intelligence saving?
Yes.
Oh boy, here's my 2. That's not an advantage. Oh.
I'm sorry.
Glad I didn't roll the 1. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just going to bring it back to here. So, Obrina, as you recall this a little bit, which you do have an excellent memory despite your lineage and how long you've lived, you don't recall what exactly happened as soon as you reach the mines, which, as far as you remember now, the only thing that comes to mind is Charlton.
I guess this is in between all talking. Sindra, have
Yes.
you ever heard of the word Charlton?
You mean the stone that erupts up there and is rather unique in its properties?
Yeah. So, Meadow Wife, what the fuck is Charlton?
It's a special type of mineral ore that can absorb magic, and also is very corrupting. Obrina would not know this entirely, but there was instances of
I know. I just wanted to ask for a player, just so I understood what.
Sindra would know because she happens to be a magic user that dabbled in some of the stuff.
That's why I figured I would ask. Because I was just thinking about something, and I had recalled my past before coming here. And there was a mine up in Icewind Dale, one of the mine dwarf merchants that had managed the mine, had been haunted by the ghosts of its past, all with knife scars through their hearts, taking out pieces of their hearts, and somehow Charlton was involved. And supposedly, which I think I could figure it out now, probably the cult of the stars or some sort of cult were using hearts from all these miners.
I mean, you've heard of gem magic, right? I mean, the basic idea of it was those stones they were finding all over the frickin' place. You cast a spell into if it was the proper type, and chuck it against something, and it lets the spell out.
Oh, people who dig underground, not children.
I'm not even going to humor that.
Universe locked out there.
No, these were mostly older men in Icewind Dale that had survived the actual blizzards and tried to make a living. Tried. Obviously, they didn't anymore.
I don't understand why people would choose to live in the cold.
Because people believe if they can live there, they can live anywhere. And they believe...
Great. Somewhere else.
I'm sorry, what?
Is it great? Live somewhere. If you prove you can live there, live in a better area.
Some people also can't physically afford to move because no money.
Why do you need money? Can't you just walk?
Or swim.
To explain it,
Or
sadly...
dig.
Oh my gosh. To explain it, you basically would need some kind of money for at least supplies or anything, or if you aren't skilled at hunting, then you're just fucked if you even try to leave.
Then they die, and they can't live in that area. And they're fooling themselves.
The weak should die anyway.
Yeah.
Only the strong survive.
I'm not saying they weren't dumb. I'm just saying some people prefer to carve a life out there where others couldn't, but had to do it, make with what they had.
But, going back to your original question that started this whole memory lane thing, Oberina, you feel like there was something familiar in that cave, but you can't remember it right now. You just know you have a sense of familiarity with it.
Well, whatever was in there, I feel bound to it in a weird way. Just can't remember what the fuck it is, and I don't think hitting my head hard enough will unjam that memory.
Yeah.
I'm not asking you to hit my head either, Tyrannin.
So I said, damn.
Oh, I thought you said hey, like he laughed, sorry.
I mean, I'm curious as to what brought up this whole shaman thing, but...
Well, I was curious because Tyrannin had said he was the person that was here the longest. But that may not necessarily be true due to the fact that I was here but then came back, so it may have reset, and it was also before I had come here. So I was searching to see if I would remember anything about this place. Older memories of a person forgotten.
So the three of you, Mavis, Sindra, and Oberina, this rune on my head. What does it mean to you, then?
I've never seen that rune before, Miser, have I?
Oh yeah, it's been there since you met
Okay,
Tyrannin.
well, no, I mean, like, I've never, like, seen it outside of, like, anywhere else.
No.
Have we actually tried drawing it in the book and asking what the fuck it means?
I don't want to, considering drawing it might be bad.
I didn't want to because I don't want a tattoo on my forehead.
I think they're referring to
Maybe you
Nicholas.
could ask what the rune on my head means. It could possibly come up with the wrong answer because different Tyranids might have different runes, but...
I mean...
I'm gonna pretend to write and also say this out loud. Why was Tyrannin dumb?
Here's a weird thing, Miser.
Because everybody else knocked themselves unconscious and I was left alone with the book.
Miser, here's a
That's-
question. Now we're gonna do some fun dumb shit.
Okay.
Can I use sending, but on the rune itself and not Tyrannin?
I just
That's an interesting idea.
earlier today.
I don't, literally right now as a DM, I would say I do not know on the metagame speaking wise. I like the idea.
Well, if Tyrannin said it showed multiple iterations, and I am familiar with Tyrannin, maybe I can get a different Tyrannin to answer.
Ah, okay. Okay. So you're trying to see if you can find a.
Also to see.
Oh, you're gonna be hopping Or are you going to be
Yeah.
trying to telephone talk to the
Theremin.
other reality? Okay.
Oh wait, I'm gonna have to roll a D100 then too. Fuck.
Yes, but before that,
I'm
is
thinking.
Mavis actually writing on the book? Is what I want to ask.
Not what she just said, but I will open the book and ask. All right. Let's see.
Then I have a question.
Tyrannin.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, Tyrannin. Colon. Ruin. Meaning? Question mark.
Also, Theron, I have a question for you, if you don't mind me picking your brain a little bit. Not literally. I don't want to jump around in that. But since that rune is connected to multiple instances of you, does that mean something like a sending spell could work so we can actually ask an instance of you a question?
Theoretically, if I had the scrying spell compared to it, because there is another instance of Centrigalos out there.
Well, do we have a question we would want to ask the other Theron?
I have a quick question for the DM.
Yes.
Was it, or I guess it could be any of you, was it confirmed that, like, the other side, the other universe versions of us all play the same role, just with different outcomes?
Kind of, but it also depends on like different choices. It's kind of like the idea of the coin flip theory, where one chooses one, you get heads or tails.
Okay, but like, we are all, like, it's not like in an alternate universe, I'm like a cook,
No.
and I don't adventure. Like, we all have the same roles.
I think it's like similar to the point that it's mimics certain things, but there are like more nuanced stuff. Like there's one universe where Syndra is a male, but would still play the same roles usually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it sounded like there's like a universe where Syndra was, male, but she was also like way eviler.
Yeah. So, like I said, it's more nuanced when it starts getting into like the nitty gritty of it, but it is for all
There's
intents and
also
purposes.
a universe where my sister was in my seat.
Yeah.
There's also
City where Tyrann is right now.
pretty much.
Is there a universe where Kermit is a bullywug?
No, you're the
Yes.
first Kermit, sadly. Oh no.
But to give another more obvious and clear example, Mavis has been called Dina multiple times.
Yeah.
Tyrann knows that in at least his reality, he killed those individuals that attacked his home.
Alright, Miser. So here's what I'm
Well,
gonna do.
for that one, I thought it was because Mavis didn't remember her name, so she gave herself one, and so her actual name is Dina.
Yes, as far as you know and the others may or may not know, that will be up to you to share.
Sure.
However, Mavis, roll me the D100 as you write that question.
Miser, I have a question then while she's doing that.
Yes.
I would like to you sending to the first Tyrannin.
Wow.
Okay, I will get to you.
I don't like that I rolled that twice.
I figured. I think the book is more important,
Okay.
so.
So, hold on, I gotta do copy paste, do a quick type.
It's gonna say, no, fuck you.
There you go. You got a new entry.
Oh, I gotta reopen it.
Did it show the players or is it not showing? I don't know. Oh, there it is.
Ooh. Huh. Well, there's only technically 2 people powering. Well, now 3 if we count the Mark of Oblivion. Actually 5 now.
And I carry 3 of us.
Alvarina technically has 1 too, I guess.
Yeah, you have a mark.
I'll hand
Well, no,
the
also
book
the
to.
Tendril Rune.
I'll hand the book to Tyrann for him to read the rune bearers.
As for Overina, you're gonna try and contact the first Tyrann. Is
These
it?
names are all different rune holders. I obviously have the... Fuck, what's it called? Primal rune, I think?
You have the
Yes.
sun. Wait.
Yeah, primal singularity. So I have the primal singularity. Obviously, Syndra is the one who constantly uses the soul rune. And Rhea has the time rune, right?
Oberina and souls.
So, wait, what?
I have the rune of true souls.
Yes.
Yeah, they both split it between.
Yeah, Oberina has, or Adaria has a temporal rune, which she just took and yeeted into the fucking end of existence. Well, I guess technically there's still a version of her that exists.
We don't know yet.
Well, we don't know if she has it. We know there's a version of her that's out there with gonorrhea.
Yeah. So,
Which, sadly, there's no cure for. I'm typing up the sending right now, Miser, so
yes.
if you want to continue.
But I just want to say, roll me the D100, and I'm going to tell you right now, you do need to you need to land. It's a very extreme roll, so you need to have either a 1 to 5 or a 95 to 100.
Hey.
Ah.
Okay.
Well, I'm probably going to get a turn in, so.
Yes.
No,
Okay. Well, give me your message, and you'll get reply. I know who's replying to you.
If it's fucking who I think it is, I'm going to cry.
You don't know who I'm going to send it to. Who I'm going to send it to.
Recognize. Oh, I don't even have to introduce myself as the sender. Okay. I'm reading through sending, so I can kind of min-max what I'm sending.
I
They would
understand.
understand the message, and they can answer it. Here's a message, and its mind recognizes you as a sender. If it knows you, oh.
I am just anticipating what this message is going to be sent.
8, 9, 10.
I'm still sitting here confused why we're all theory crafting.
It helps pass the time so we don't go insane.
I'd
That's
rather
just-
go to sleep.
Tannen, do you really want to understand something?
I'd rather just kill it.
Amen.
Feasible in this problem, but you realize that you and your sister switching places actually isn't a thing.
Yes, something that your grandsire alluded to.
As we said, hybrids don't exist. Except for you. So in some timelines, it's your sister who was probably the full size of the gem. And Asians where you're full blue, and whatever actually happened created this.
So if we ever do end up back in Manzato, we should have a long conversation with one of Lord Inferno's daughters.
Actually, I'm pretty sure it should be a spy.
11, 12. They still scare me. I don't want to. I don't want to piss them off on accident.
The last part was just. I was trying to think of something.
I was going to roll something for Binge. I like Binge and how to do this to him.
Buddy.
Binge, no!
He just adds, wait, You mean there could have been another me?
More than likely.
Ugh.
Don't overthink it, because the moment you start, then it could start causing more temporal anomalies than the ones we created outside, which shouldn't have.
Okay, so you rolled a 30.
It's just different timelines for yourself, except for the time, you know. The difference is you took a shit at different time.
True, but taking a shit at a different time could have saved the village or prevent or killed the village. Butterfly effect and all that.
I feel like this is too much pressure for me.
Don't overthink it, like I said.
I won't.
Here, eat this and forget.
Just get the fucking... Oh no. I'm afraid. If it's fucking Shroud, I'm gonna cry.
It's not actually.
I can imagine my luck it would have been.
It's not. At least not for that particular sense.
Spooky miser being spooky.
Oh, I'm not being spooky.
At Halloween, you gotta be spoopy.
That's gonna be next week.
Oh shit. Are you doing another Halloween one-shot then, Miser, then, or not?
I'm gonna pass on this one because I just haven't had the time.
I figured. I just figured I'd ask.
Okay. Well, I did roll. Let me see. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's her. Okay.
Oh no.
So, Obrina, you hear a very curious growl noise of who are you to speak of my mate?
Oh fuck.
Who is this?
Tiernan wasn't the alternate I got in here. Retta was.
Me.
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck.
Tiernan,
He's angrier than I am.
Tiernan, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Did you have a mate?
He actually, he's looked bored for the majority of this conversation. You say that, instinctually, his hand goes to the hilt of his blade, kind of just takes it off for a second. Yes?
I think I found out who your alternate person in this place is. She's not gonna say anything else and kind of let Tiernan in for a minute.
Don't worry, Tin, and she might just be trash at sending.
No, I sent directly to Tiernan the Ruin, which goes through every iteration of Tiernan. Actually,
The 6 people around him, just all your hair just on the back of your neck stands on end.
Lord Tiernan, I think you're upset.
Congratulations, Binge. You figured it out.
I mean,
I now have another reason to eviscerate him.
then I shall be your shield.
And my axe.
God damn it. Tiernan, I have a serious question. And I know you are angry, but I would like an answer, just to make sure. What was your mate's name?
Her name was Retta.
Okay, I need you to sit still for one more time while I try this again. Now that I have a name, Miser, can I send directly to her? Even if it is through planes.
It's not through planes, I'll tell you this right now.
Well, either way, could I still attempt to try to send to her?
Yes, you can.
In what?
I kind of imagined it wasn't.
Oh, we hadn't thought about that.
I don't think any of us. Alright.
So, as you do the sending, I will need you to do another D100.
Yeah, I'm just typing it up. Hold on.
But since you have a target, you don't have to do the extreme low numbers. Okay, it goes through.
That's 1, 2, 3.
Detect thoughts on Oberina.
Oh no. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is there a thing to know that my mind's being... I forget. Whatever, she probably would let it through.
Not on the surface.
On the surface thoughts, which is what sending would be.
True. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
I did say I didn't have enough time to build up a one-shots because I've been busy playing multiple rounds of this on my own. Trying to
Why
keep
they're just playing like 3 games he's DMing for himself.
It's more like as Syndra and Moogle said, it is a 5D chess.
3, 4. That's what you're gonna hear. And maybe whatever gets sent back.
Okay, I'm just gonna put this here so you can actually see the individual that you are having a conversation with.
Oh no!
Oh, she's a badass now!
So this is what happens when Tyrannin leaves. Or dies. His wife goes off.
Wait, did Tiernan see that?
No, it's only there for the sake of just so I know who I'm sending to.
Oh.
Yeah. Considering I now have a target.
The lightning dulls, like when, because he only asked like who his mate was. It with this spell, it sounds like you're like directly talking to her, and it just you feel a sense of, it's definitely sorrow and hope at the same time.
The first time I think we actually tried hopping between these without using the book.
Well, yeah, because
Yeah,
I've watched her die.
true.
1, 2, 3.
No, I don't mean for Retta. I meant for, like, in general. Interesting. 'Cause I'm kind of curious. Because we know, at least from the chrono shift and the zone of truth, that every existence does kind of exist in the same spot. Just, if anything would cause causality or something to contradict it, it resets itself in order to not, but it's easily noticeable to those who know. That'll be a fun time.
You get a message, and it is loud with anger.
Aaron, you're probably going to hear that.
I do.
Aaron,
How? That doesn't make sense. And it does, because lucky all of you. He died in my arms, and now you're talking to her?
seems like it. I have one more chance to, if you have any questions or something she would know, so we could understand, it preferable, so it could make talking to her easier. Though I'm still not 100% certain it might go through. Something only you would know. Between the two of you.
Theoretically, we could do something crazy.
I'd rather at least keep the same for once. Be easier.
Just what we did with the druids.
Let's not collapse time for the sake of that.
Actually, I don't think it's possible to collapse time because there is no time.
Let's not start splitting time then into a breaking point then.
Yes. In my timeline, we lost an egg.
Tiernan, could you also project an image of yourself that I can attach to the sending just to make sure?
I'll send you the picture of my old self.
Okay.
Is this loss?
Oh my god!
This is gain, sir. Or at least false hope.
Yeah, I think this is bad for Tyrannin, but also...
This is horrible for Tyrannin.
I feel like he was referring to the TV show, but that's okay. So
Yeah, now we are lost.
No, it was the meme, and it was because he said we had an egg.
Yeah, I know. I know exactly. She's in the bed right now, so...
Yeah.
Okay, let me move that away from there.
No, it's just a joke because the meme is it's like a 4-comic panel to suggest tragedy when 4 comic panels usually in comics are meant to suggest comedy or something, and people meme the shit out of it because it's really in poor taste.
It was in really bad taste.
What is everyone else doing as you see Tyrannin go through these visible signs of emotion?
Syndra looks at Mavis. Mavis, would you write something in your book for me? Would you write... Where can Syndra find... Oh, I gotta find the right name. Ugh. There it is. So, where can Syndra find one of the tears of Falzur?
Spell that for me. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I'll write that.
Mariner, I'm gonna DM you something real quick before.
Oh,
Never mind.
Well, no, if you want to, I can revoke that if Miser would let me. If you want.
I'll let it. I'm gonna handle. I'm gonna handle the other.
Because I think it'd make more sense for like Tyrannin to have some input now on this.
Yes. Okay. What was Syndra typing? Falzor?
Probably how to spell the T.
It was, yeah.
Okay, I was making sure I wrote that down right too. It's like, okay, is that the one? Okay.
Falzor?
Yeah.
Why does that just sound like fucking Falcor? And my brain just went to fucking the Never-Ending Story.
Man.
That is a totally different scenario.
God, I hope it's not the Tears of Falcor.
The horse scene.
I sent it to you in Discord.
This Falcor is black as night and destroying half of the universe.
The horse scene in that movie still traumatizes me.
Grow up, bitch. Heroes die, so do horses. If I had to watch Optimus Prime die, then everybody has to witness a horse fight.
You could just say you could watch him die in a Michael Bay movie.
Okay, so you landed on a double six Mavis for that. Okay.
And the book explodes!
We did 66 a lot in the game.
I feel like every time I roll for the book, at any moment, it can explode. Or go blank again.
Wow.
It started at 100, and it goes down every time you use it.
I'd like to point out, Jeebus, that with like the first part of my message before the cinder part and what you gave me, it's exactly 25.
Perfect.
One named Snydra.
I can't spell. I always fuck that up because like the way the placement is, my phonetics just goes fucky.
I know, I'm messing with you. D. Snydra.
Oh God, no. That's actually the male Syndra. It's Snydra.
Actually, we explained it was the Cinder Gallows.
Well, Syndra just could probably be more
Cinder
of a
Gallows, that's what he did. My Syndragosa.
or it could be a Syndrogan Gallows.
Oh, yeah, that's
If you
right.
like-
Rogan.
If you want to be like weirdly Greek phonetic.
Sengoku.
Sengoku. Truly the strongest Syndra. To reach past a high power level of 9,000%.
9,000 spell slot.
Yeah. God damn.
Little tails on.
Don't even start.
Alright, I gotta change the color of that one. Well, Mavis makes me a Constitution saving throw.
I was right, the book does explode.
We all die. Ed wins again.
No, then nobody. Fuck.
Yeah.
We don't have it anymore.
Exactly. If it just gets swallowed. Well, actually, we still need it.
It's fine. I'm fine. It's
You're
fine.
fine.
I'm just gonna manifest it.
Manifest Destiny. The book's called Destiny.
So, uh-oh. That was my alarm. My, clock thing. So, I will say that, where is the change I had to put in? There we go. It is very hard to see this because, Mavis, your hands start to feel very cold. And you have to let go of the book because it's getting cold to the point where you realize that if you don't take proper action, you might suffer frostbite. And the book folds open, and the end of the pages start moving. There's a distorted
I am
last passage.
inches away. I am inches away from the screen trying to figure this out.
Yeah, light blue on white does not work.
Just
I know.
highlight it.
Yeah, hold on.
Oh
No,
wow, well
highlighting
Art,
it made it bluer.
you smart.
I did it. I could see it. I don't
No,
know what
it
it's called.
worked. Yeah, just
Yeah.
highlight it.
Yeah, look how my highlight works.
Well, first of all, your highlight's drunk and needs to go home. I don't understand how the fuck you did.
Oh, that sucks for whoever we're.
Across the vast stars in this corpse world, the high mountains where
I know.
the last child bites on.
Oh, fuck! Of course it's the Origami Dragon.
Who's
Oh wait, no.
N? That's Mavis asking, by the way.
I'll make this a little darker for you all just to be...
Thank you.
No, it's funny.
Oh, thank God, my eyes.
My display's black.
Oh dear.
Nobody else is using the dark display.
I am, but it's still. The problem is my eyes are also highlighted in white.
Oh.
Yeah.
So it like light blue on white just burns your eyes.
Yeah.
I was trying to make it clear, like, this was a certain individual that sent the message back.
Oh yeah, we got it.
You made it very clear.
So season 3.
See?
As DM, I...
sorry for that. But, yes.
And as that's happening...
That would be null.
Ah, right. Obviously.
Yes. Oh.
You know, this thing takes longer to process than I thought it would, considering I'm just running across time.
Oh,
You realize you're busy right here. They're probably sitting there having like a conniption.
Oh, I'm well aware.
Here it is, absolutely sitting there, like, probably a blood vessel in his eye has burst at this point.
Yeah, I imagine he's like on all claws, like his claws are out ready to fucking jump.
By the way, okay, so getting... As you do read that message, the words in that last channel or last passage begins to burn away, and a page burns off. That very page.
Hey. I just start, like, smacking it.
No, down!
Wait, it's cold, set it on fire.
But,
No, Jared is not in the right state of mind to say any of that.
Yeah, I was gonna
okay,
say.
so let me see.
He's probably too on edge to notice. Like, he just sees fire, like,
God,
yeah.
No, that his entire book scene, Tyrion is not part of.
Yeah. Alright, hold on. I need to go to Retta.
It's happening, like, right next to Oberita, though. So it's like, God damn it!
But Oberita is so in tune with emotions, Tyrion might be overwhelming her at this point.
Yeah.
Like, to be honest, you might try to consume some of him just so he doesn't, like, murder your brain.
We'll see how bad it goes.
Okay, hold on. I need to roll this for her. Of course she failed.
Of course.
Her. That sounds like her.
She had a +4.
We're very similar.
Yes.
I'm glad that fucking the two maids are able to fucking bond over murder.
Yeah, absolutely. Why do you think I liked her?
So,
I hear you, man. Me and my mimic, same thing.
don't worry, Anna may or may not make an appearance.
Oh, I feel like she's gonna.
There's kind. I
The
feel
fact
like
that you remembered her name.
I feel like she's gonna make an appearance in the fact that she was mentioned, and there's gonna be like a temporal collide towards the end of the game where we're just gonna see like all these bullshits coming to heed.
Yeah, all of my stories all go. It's like the end of Big Fish.
What a weird fucking full circle that has been.
Yeah.
Maybe you missed it when we were talking about Big Fish at the beginning of session today.
What a weird fucking full circle I did not expect today's game to have.
I thought we were here to go murder something today.
So did
So
I.
did
And then we got into this, and I'm like, you know what? I haven't learned too much about my character and kind of play a little dumb. Let's delve into the dumb. Also, I just got sending because I asked Miser if I could switch it out because I forgot to last level up, and I figured I could probably fuck with the party or help us.
So Kermit's actually just you and McGregor. That's
No,
awesome.
not even close.
3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
He's the one dying on the deathbed telling you stories.
There you
The
go.
old man.
Yeah. Oh no, dear. All right, Tiernan, I'll let you react how you want with that because I'm pretty sure you're still connected.
Oh, absolutely. I just need to roll something real quick.
Cinder did the right thing and stepped back.
I might also want to take. You watch Oberina just slowly like.
I will say Jeebus was taking a drink.
Slowly slides
it's-
over, grabs Helena, and just like slides
Yeah.
her up.
Oberina's gonna grab you.
Because this instantly goes off. And I don't have an... Oh, I do have an unarmed strike as I just try... Tyrion digs his claws into the table.
Well, there's some nice, charred holes into the table.
So everybody around me takes 4 lightning damage as he just releases control over it, and he just, tears a chunk onto the table.
What's the range of that?
Danger sense, boy.
5 feet? Oh, he's gonna hit Binge and all the...
Storm.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well,
Within 5 feet of me, though.
He's hitting all these people, all the
Ow.
NPCs.
All the people I'm sure are able to withstand 4 points of damage.
oh yeah.
Wait, why are you...
To make it more
I
clear,
was pissed. I did not see the person pop up. I was just like, what the fuck?
yeah, actually, your lightning attack, or your little storm, actually gets zapped into Nakali as she pulls out her axe, and all of it goes in there.
Oh, thank God.
Mini Thor?
Yes. Kind
Sorry,
of.
it's like, tingly.
Tyrion just had this for, since you showed up. He just has a 5-foot aura where he just does the D8 of lightning damage.
No, I was talking about her hammer just absorbs your lightning.
Oh no, it's not a hammer, it's an axe.
It's an axe. But, pretty much.
And
So
Vestio
Tyrion was,
taking note.
sitting there, already stressed, and, had his claws in the table, and as soon as he hears that, the table just breaks out under his hands, and... Lizer, do I need to roll anything to keep in control of the primal energy I'm definitely not paying attention to right now?
I would say no at this point. It's more like you are discharging the energy, though. So...
well, there's gonna be a giant hole in this bar.
yeah.
Wait, before
Actually,
he does...
you know what?
Before he's about to, right at the impact of release, so he can let it out somewhere else.
Another point in time. You might have put it in the past, I guess.
Yeah. Not even in the past. Technically, I'll send it to, before this bar was built.
I was gonna say it the same morning.
Oh.
What, just how... wow, we both had the same idea?
Okay, hold on.
So, I want to... this is perfect. So, Tyrion, you all see very similar signs of Tyrion, about to release his lightning breath, and both of you, do whatever you do for magic as he's, releasing it. He is beyond furious.
Alright, so he's a wisdom save, I guess.
I'm not gonna roll it. I'm just gonna...
Yeah, I'll just allow it.
Okay, okay. And then you just see for a minute Tyrion just vanish. Alright. Well, that's something we're going to have to deal with then.
Oh, so you sent Tyrion into the... Okay,
Well, that's what it does. It does, technically. You vanish to another point in time.
Alright.
That's technically what the spell does.
Tyrion vanishes.
Tyrion, you open your eyes and you're just in a field where the bar was gonna be.
Okay,
He's in a field where me and my mimic wife met.
Alright, hold on.
One split second.
So, for this one, if you're gonna send him in the destination which you have in mind, I need a D100.
Oh no.
Just see just how far in the past you sent them for a brief second.
13.
13 years. Okay, so it's still being built, but in the very brief moment,
I fry 3 workers.
we're about to find out.
We don't talk about the lightning incident of 1935.
No,
1353.
you fried 9 random workers.
Wow.
We don't talk.
So
Please tell me that incident is written somewhere.
A lightning kobold just pops into existence and just screams.
You know, as fucked as this is, this does make sense now why they hate the Venom Hand.
Yeah, they
And why
look back.
Jared was immediately accused of being one.
You know, that
And
actually works.
why they just hate us in general every time.
They don't hate us, they hate you.
It was mainly me.
Yeah, and Tyrion was discriminated the moment he walked into the Emerald Star because everyone was like, oh fuck, Venom Hand.
Yep.
Alright.
You sent them back 13 years in the past.
Killed 9 workers.
Yes.
Yeah, the 9-man break like that. Please tell me about that.
Freak lightning kobold.
Like right behind me. This is now just a plaque that commemorates the.
No, it was there all along, but we just never noticed it.
Uh-huh. Yep, we're gonna go with that, and let me see, I can get a
How we
name.
feel.
Please tell me it's made out of copper so it's conductive.
That would be the ultimate slap in the face to the worker.
Fuck it, yeah, you know what, it is made of copper.
You
And-
fuck.
And you know what, hold on, let me see if I can get, where's those, I think I had a name generator somewhere around here.
I will.
Yeah, put the names underneath.
I am taking down my Spark of the Dragon by Draconic Rage and my Action Surge.
Okay.
I'm taking those off. Like that.
As we're all watching.
Yeah.
As we're all watching,
We're all-
Cinder reads that plaque. What did you just do?
I sent him to backwards in the point of time to make sure that he would release his rage, hopefully, before this place was being built. Judging
You
by
just
that,
killed that people.
I mean, wasn't that bound to happen considering the plaque?
Actually, technically, if you created a paradox, the plaque just came into existence for us because of what you just did. It might not have been there before.
Well, let's hope the former rather than the latter.
Okay, I'm just gonna type this
But
down.
we're talking about a freak lightning thing from a kobold, so yeah, you basically caused that death.
Huh. Well, it's either that or destroy the whole bar and probably Mavis's face.
No, thank
You
you.
could have just spent him like a year into the future after everything's fucked and everybody died.
I may have.
I
If
don't
it
have
happened,
control
I
over
may
all
have knocked out Vestio, hurt Mavis, killed her.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she went out
I
of
think if
survive.
anything, that was the smarter play, and just killing random commoners we don't know is probably a lot.
Actually, you would have been locked in stasis, so everybody could have moved the fuck out of the way right before the blast.
Also true.
And I'm pretty sure Mize is about to put up the 9 names of the people you murdered.
Yeah, he
so
probably has
I want you to read them out and think about what you just did.
Nope.
Those 9 commoners that said, "Oh no,
Alfredo, no!
not Alfredo."
Why is Granville such a familiar
It's a Pokemon. It's a
Pokemon.
Pokemon.
Okay.
I knew that one immediately. Kathleen, I think one of those is a reference to, I think, actually, Castlevania and Symphony of the Night.
I don't know. I just went and did the name generator thing, and it gave me 9 names. I'm like, great, 9 disposable names.
Hugh.
kill Leonard?
What
Did
a
you-
fuck? Did Hugh really need to live, though?
Did you kill Leonard Nimoy?
No. No, it's Leonard Nimoy.
I killed
his
Spock.
favorite 8-bit cousin.
Yeah,
I killed Spook.
yes, but
No, hold on. I'm gonna add one more thing now.
But
Hold on, let me see.
Plaque reads great. I fucking can't get
is it-
the
is
fuck.
it- is it
I
like
can just
at,
imagine like a Granville's like just this like toothy barbarian with a huge overbite now.
I gotta look
before-
up what Granville looks like.
right
That's why I
before,
said toothy barbarian. It's a purple doggo.
right before Spock died, he said, "Live short and fail."
Oh, it's that one. Yeah.
Yeah,
You know, I'm just gonna just add a random image. Oh, that's huge.
That's definitely a totem barbarian.
Yeah. That's what I was saying. He's definitely got like an overbite. Or an underbite.
Okay, so
Yeah,
right
yeah.
there, that will be the plaque.
damn.
I've never offended a story where I felt both funny and horrible at the same time.
I don't. This is totally Tyranid.
He killed Hugh and
Another
Spock.
9. That does not even get close to his kill count.
True, Kermit's still looking that, especially now that Tyranids killed things in the past. So is that bonus points?
Hey, Susie,
Does it count?
Yes,
did you know any of the people on this plaque?
some of them, yes.
You can blame her.
But she never been here till now.
Just trust me. You can blame it.
Don't worry about it.
R.I.P. Alfredo.
He made the best cheese. Even Golmack was impressed.
That was 100% a halfling.
Yeah. Why do I feel like Alonzo was probably either a dark elf or like a moon elf?
I don't know.
Gerda was actually, what's his name's wife?
Oh, no. Stop.
I will admit this now. I just made those names up. I just went to the.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, we know. We figured.
We're just random murder people I accidentally murdered.
We're trying to give faces to them off the face list.
All right, but as this new revelation comes to mind, the evening comes in. You do hear the strange squawking of the wildlife outside. And it does come down to the question, what are you guys going to do now? You have options.
I think our plan is to,
Go for
at least from what I've got, is either go. We're going to head in the direction of Yengol. If we run into the area where the forest giant is, we're gonna try to kill him first, probably, or second. Jungle giant. And Tyranid is still planning on hiring these three to find Dritz and tell him that there are the Red Fox in Rakashan. So hopefully, when we get to Rakashan, he'll either already be there or on his way.
Alright. But yeah, so Tyranid found out that in a possible other timeline, you are indeed dead, but Retta's alive.
And I had a kid.
I survived.
As far as you know, it's one. Oberyn, you can roll me an insight.
Alright. I was gonna ask about 4, but alright.
It's for the, because you sent some messages. Okay, so you get the feeling that there was probably more, Retta was going to say, but she cut her message off.
Yeah, I can imagine. Knowing Tyranid, and if she functions and has a similar mindset, I probably might be better off waiting till later. As she's going to walk up after Tyranid kind of faces back into reality. Tyranid, are you going to be alright?
That bastard. I'm not going to just kill him. I'm going to make him suffer. Tomorrow we kill. I don't care what it is. Or who it is. Get me out of this town.
Alright.
Honestly, not really any reason for us to stay the night.
So he is currently staring at the table, and if you guys ever flex your fingers so hard they randomly twitch,
Yeah.
that is like what he's doing. He every once in a while, a random finger will just like twitch, and spark with electricity, and you guys have seen Tyranid mad. You guys have seen Tyranid angry. You guys have seen Tyranid furious. This is a whole fucking new level. He literally has no idea what to do with his emotions at this point.
Syndra walks over to Tyranid. Kind of puts a hand on his shoulder. Let's go camping. We'll meet you on the road if you choose to stay here.
find a jungle giant.
Wow.
Tyrion will go with her, but mentally he will connect with Binge.
Yes, sir.
You stay with Rowan. That book is now your life. Mavis. Shit.
Who is this Rowan?
No, you absolutely can. I don't know if you're coming with us or not.
I mean, I was gonna buy this big old hunk of drink, but I guess we're leaving. Wait!
That big old hunk has a girl.
Yeah.
God damn it.
I'm sorry. You're a very
Even in this life, I can't shoot my shot. Oh, you know, I'm coming camping.
I'm going to say, Jesus Christ.
So, literally, now you have a giant armored great man as glue.
Yeah.
To you.
Also, I was gonna say, Vestio and Nakli are actually joining you as well. Darwin decides to stay back because, like, I don't want to deal with camping anymore. And I'll also have Arizella be coming along to join because she had to leave a little bit earlier.
Yeah. I didn't tell them I would also pay any other adventurers they would like to travel with. So if like Ronnie and his girl want to go, or any of these three, but like Tyrion doesn't care what price he has to pay, especially now.
Yeah, I was gonna say. He's on a war path.
You're gonna spend your gems?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
It's serious.
I'm glad you're the person who realized that. Tyrion will give away his gems.
All it took was telling him that his daughter and wife is alive.
The way I see Binge being protective is like being that kind of annoying where he's like right there just watching her.
And like, he's not even trying to be either. He's just being nice.
No.
Like, oh,
and then all of a sudden, just like opens the door for her, and then like lays out a blanket for her to sit on, and like if there's like a bug, he's like, swap. You know, like he's like that annoying and that close.
Well, he is unfortunately that sweet gullible.
Yeah, he's like a sweet gullible honor-bound man, which is completely understandable.
Right.
Like, the problem is he is so honor-bound to Tyrion, like with that amount of rage in Tyrion's voice, you are now his everything. Like, he has a wife, but if you get hurt, he's going to feel like his wife got hurt.
The door appears on his head. Milady?
No, don't even fucking start. He's not that much.
No, anything that could possibly be a threat to you is now Binge's problem.
Yeah, and in case
He's trained in the art of the blade.
in case people are trying to remember, that is indeed Binge's wife.
Yeah.
Oh god, that image.
Is that from
Have you
Yu-Gi-Oh?
seen, like, Binge without his armor? Binge is a fucking...
Oh yeah,
man.
no.
You know what?
Yeah, but he's
I
also
have
short.
seen him without his armor.
I have too.
I know, you're the only reason we have.
Well, technically, we have
We
two
all,
through
a lot of us got through sight at some point, but
Yeah.
the first time we were able to see Binge's
Actually-
actual token is
Alright.
Here we go. I forgot to present it for
God, I
everyone to see.
fucking love that token.
it's so good.
That's Binge without his armor and a little bit more of his bio.
I want to see the biceps, not the bio.
I mean, if you could judge the biceps by the fucking neck muscles he has.
Injural 34.
Oh,
No, stop. Let's not.
For all you deviant artists out there listening.
For all the 2 people watching the
The
stream.
one person who's in my stream right now, who
For
might be
that-
one of you guys.
For that one person in his stream.
That's probably
Alright, so... Well, I never went camping before. What's the worst that can happen?
What are you talking about? We slept outside so many times.
I live outside.
Well, yeah, you also live in the shit apartment.
Yeah. When we get there, I'm digging a latrine right away.
No one's
so.
going in that, I hope you know.
Yeah, I would like to point out everybody still needs to keep a 5-foot radius of Tyranid. There's no
Alright,
way
so-
he's controlling this armor right now.
I will say that everyone has at least the benefits of the short rest, and you guys are gonna go out camping out in the wilds. So
I'm
we'll-
I
still.
don't think we're going to go much
I-
farther
I-
than half
I
mile.
know-
I just want to get out.
yeah.
Yeah. Miser, just for flavor's sake, I'm not going to take back the things I get from a short rest or roll any hit dice, because I'm not resting.
That's perfectly fine, buddy.
There is zero way I can fucking rest right now.
No,
That was the exact amount I needed to go to max.
that's perfectly fine, because we'll be ending the session here. However, next session, I'll have some nice evening maps for you guys as you all go aside to camp outside and maybe do some hunting and break a couple of knees.
If I could, advisor.
Yes.
When we get a moment, as we're walking out, and everybody's like kind of trailing behind, it's just enough of a space where it's just Tyrion and Syndra.
Mm-hmm.
Syndra looks at Tyrion and it probably wouldn't mean much. And you could hate me for it if you'd like. But if the plan that I have going works, I want to apologize for everything you've been through. And say I will do everything I can to fix this.
He's like, his eyes are in hunting mode, so there's those little black slits with the orange circle around them. And one eye looks at you as he continues to just stare, look forward, but the eyes definitely look at you, and he goes, Cinder Ghost, you have been nothing but a companion. I don't care what any of your past lives have done. If you can turn him into a babbling fool that I can torture for the rest of his years, you will be my most valued ally. That man has taken my family and a brood from me. My good life. The life I wanted to live. Hundreds of times. And now I get to know that I could have had it if he didn't exist. So if I can live eternally and make him a torture subject, and you can make that happen, any false deeds you have done, in my eyes, are forgiven.
I hope so, Tyrion. Because I've had a very bad feeling about things. Because the only way to make sure you win a game is to make sure nobody knows you're cheating.
I don't care what you do. I don't care who dies. If I can have that man as a fucking useless piece of shit, I will make an eternity for him. Worse than any hell or abyss can bring.
And if I can't give you that? Won't?
If there's a reason he needs to die instantly, it'll be by my hands.
What if he can't die?
Everything can die. Everything can feel pain. Even the undead you used to control.
All right, Shannon. I'm only apologizing. Because I'm not sure if I caused everything that you've gone to make sure that you're right here, right now, this mad. Which would be weird because me trying to lessen that problem would kind of defeat the purpose, wouldn't it?
You're smart enough to realize that nothing can quell my anger right now. And if you are him or an iteration of him, I don't care. Because currently you, right here, are working against him. But realize, Syndra, and all of you, if I get a whiff that you're working with him, you'll die. For the last time.
So I will close this session as you guys prepare to head out of the Emerald Star Outpost to do a quick little, well, deep jungle excavation, as one would say. Things weigh on your minds. Things have been revealed. Some things have been swallowed up in the abyss of memories for some of you. And of course, there's some revelations. Thank you all for this evening. I am your DM, Miser Mark. You can find my content on both YouTube and Twitch with the handler name of Miser Mark. And I am looking forward to next Sunday as our party goes out for some hunting. I will hand it over now to our DM for tomorrow for Drake's Salvation, Gio the Dingus, who happens to also be Tyrannin.
Hi, everybody! I'm Gio the Dingus on Twitter and YouTube. You can find all of our contents on YouTube. Obviously, that was me playing my character. I'm not mad at anybody in the party. Just, you know, certain circumstances make their characters angry. Tomorrow's session will be I don't even want to call it an infiltration, knowing this party. It's going to be a siege with 5 people against an army. 5 to 6, possibly 7. Not sure if one of our characters could just show up, but we're always hoping. He just moved literally across the country. So, hopefully he'll be able to make it. If not, it'll still be fun. Yeah, but get ready for Drake's Salvation, the assault on the manor. Yeah, I'll throw it over to Moogle, who would be the next DM.
Yep. Possibly. From the sounds of it,
right.
people are busy on that Monday, which of course will be the 31st. So we're gonna play it by ear and see where everybody falls. If there is a game and it's a few people, I might just throw something quick together that isn't canon or something. I don't know. If everybody does happen to show up, then cool. It's also a thing that I have things to do, so I'll say it's really gonna be by ear. But I'll be honest, I'm waiting for tomorrow because plans and stuff and fun. Because Tabaxi Wizards. I play Syndra here, and of course DM for Sea of Sorrows every other Monday. And I play Justice in that one game. That used to be about fun and harassing people, and has gotten all serious about murder and shit now.
You still harass people? Oh, come on. Literally had the fucking sorcerer ask if they could have a deadly fish.
Yeah, but I haven't shoved an instrument up someone's arse in a while.
Oh my god.
Last time I thought about it, I got a massive migraine and cranial bleeding when I thought about shoving it up the guy.
You can still do it. Never say no to stupid. I just hate my life.
Anyway, it's your turn.
Yeah, I am a horrible DM apparently. Nah, I'm kidding. No, I'm Transspace Meritor. You can find me on Transspace Meritor on Twitch, DM Meritor on Twitter. And yeah, next week we'll have more fun at the circus. We'll maybe murder some children, maybe murder some adults. Who knows? Maybe we'll just get into a firing line. At this point, the sky's the limit. But yeah, and I guess after that, Mavis, do you have anything to plug or?
Nope.
All right, then I'll just throw it back to Miser.
Wait.
Oh wait, yeah, I forgot Salad. Sorry, my bad.
We had a
My
nice
brain.
Violated Salad.
Yes.
I play Kermit the Frog in this campaign, and you can find my content below on YouTube, where since 2007 we've been trying to find the mystery Airhead flavor. I swear we're so close. So yeah, if you want to watch that, link down below. Pass it back to Miser.
Thank you, Salad. All right, so, thank you, everyone. Enjoy the evening, and, well, see you in the next game.